Welcome. There is nothing you need to do now, nothing to reach for, nothing to solve, nothing to finish before morning. You have arrived at the quiet edge of the day, and here, for a little while, the only thing asked of you is to rest. You do not have to fall asleep. Let that pressure go. If sleep comes, let it come slowly in its own time. And if it does not come at all tonight, that is all right too. You can simply lie here in the warmth, listening, letting the words move over you like slow water. There is no test in the morning. There is nothing to remember. You are allowed to let each thought loosen and soften and drift away. Let your shoulders lower. Let the weight of your body settle down into whatever holds you. Let your breathing slow on its own without trying to slow it. Just noticing the easy rise and the long, gentle fall. Tonight, we are going to travel a very long way from here. Far past the roof above you, past the pale glow of the city, past the moon, out across the wide dark of the solar system, until we come to a slow and enormous world. A world of clouds, a world named Jupiter. From here, it is only a small, bright point of light, but we are going to drift closer, softly, without any hurry, and sink down through its clouds together, down into places no eye has ever seen, where the storms move slowly and the dark grows deep and calm. There is nothing frightening waiting for us there, only vastness, only quiet, only the slow, patient turning of a giant, far, far from all our small and hurried worries. So let yourself grow heavy, let the room begin to fade, and let us fall gently together toward Jupiter. When we picture Jupiter, we picture its face. Those famous bands of cream and gold and soft rust wrapped around the planet in long, slow ribbons. The pale zones, the darker belts, and somewhere among them, that great slow eye of a storm, turning and turning for longer than we have had telescopes to watch it. It looks, from far away, like a surface, like a skin you could rest your hand against, something solid, something finished. But it is not a surface at all. What we are looking at when we look at Jupiter is only the very top of the clouds, the thinnest, uppermost film of an atmosphere so deep that the word atmosphere hardly seems to hold it. Beneath that gentle painted face, the clouds go down and down and down. There is no shoreline waiting below, no ground, no rock to stand upon, only more air, growing slowly thicker, slowly warmer, slowly heavier, after mile into the dark. Imagine an ocean here on Earth. Imagine standing at its shore and seeing only the surface, the light moving across the water, the soft ripples, the colors of the evening sky reflected there. All of that beauty is real, but it is only the skin of the sea. Below it lies a whole world of depth the surface never shows you. Jupiter is like that ocean, but made of sky. The face we know, the one that fills our photographs, is only the shimmer on the top of something unimaginably deep. And for the longest time, we did not know how deep. We could only see the skin and wonder. So let that thought settle softly over you now. The planet you thought you knew, that calm striped marble hanging in the black, is only showing you its surface. Everything beneath is hidden and enormous and still. There is nothing you need to do with this, nothing to hold on to. Just let it be true, quietly, while we drift a little lower, down past the surface, into the deep. Think again of that beautiful striped face. The soft creams, the deep coppers, the swirls of white where storms rise like foam. All of that color, all of that gentle detail we love to look at, it lives in a very thin layer. The part of Jupiter that shines back at us, the part the sunlight reaches and lifts into color, is only a shallow veil near the very top, a film of clouds painted in pale gold and rust, floating over the deep. If you could gather up all that visible beauty, every band, every swirl, every delicate shade, and measure how far down it truly reaches, you would find it is thinner than you might ever guess. Thin against the enormous dark that waits below it. It is a little like a sunset. The colors that fill the evening sky, the rose, the amber, the violet, feel as though they fill the whole world, but they live only in a thin skin of air near the edge of things, lit for a moment by a low sun. Above and below and beyond, the color simply fades into deeper and quieter dark. Jupiter wears its beauty the same way. The loveliness is real, but it is shallow. It is a delicate glaze over a vastness that has no color at all, a downward dark that no light has ever touched, growing warmer and heavier and stiller the further it goes. And there is something restful in that. All the detail our eyes chase, the patterns, the storms, the endless intricate weather, is only the surface shimmer. Beneath it, almost at once, The fuss of the visible world gives way to something plain and deep and calm. A great, quiet body that does not need color or detail or an audience. So let your own eyes soften now, the way that color softens as it sinks. Let the bright painted layer thin out above you and feel yourself settling down past it into the part of Jupiter that is simply deep and dark and endlessly, patiently still. For as long as people have looked at Jupiter, we have only ever seen it flat. A round face, yes, but a face without depth, a painting, not a place. We could watch the bands drift and the storms turn, but we could not see beneath them. We could not feel how far down they went. The third dimension, the dimension of depth, stayed hidden. Then we sent a small spacecraft to fall around it again and again in long looping arcs. And as it swept close above the clouds, Jupiter's gravity reached out and pulled on it ever so gently and changed its motion by the tiniest amount. By listening to those tiny changes, by feeling how the pull grew a little stronger here, a little softer there, we began at last to sense the shape of what lay below. We did not have to see into Jupiter to learn its depths. We only had to feel its weight patiently from the outside. The way you might come to know the inside of a sealed box, not by opening it, but by tilting it slowly in your hands, feeling where it is heavy, where it is light, where something deep within it shifts. And out of all that quiet listening, something remarkable took shape. For the first time, we could build a picture of Jupiter that had depth to it. Not a flat face anymore, but a body. A three-dimensional map of moving air, reaching down and down beneath the visible clouds. We could finally see in our mind's eye the deep architecture of the storms, how the winds at the surface connected to rivers of air running far below. It took us a very long time to learn to see Jupiter this way. Centuries of looking at a flat disk, and then, at last, the gentle mathematics of a falling spacecraft, turning that disk into a world with an inside. There is nothing you need to picture perfectly here. Just let the idea rest with you softly that the flat, familiar face has quietly become deep. That beneath the surface we always knew, there is now a whole dimension of depth, mapped and real, folding down into the dark. And that we came to know it not by force, but by feeling, gently, from far away. Before we listened so carefully, we imagined Jupiter's weather to be a shallow thing, a skin of storms. We pictured the winds and the bands as something painted only on the outside, a thin, restless layer over a calm and simple interior. We thought the weather ended not far below the clouds. We were wrong, and wonderfully so. The weather does not end just beneath the surface. It reaches down, far, far down. The winds we see moving the cloud tops are not shallow currents. They are the visible edge of something enormous. A weather layer that plunges thousands of kilometers into the planet. Not a skin of storms, but a deep, deep ocean of moving air. To give that depth a size, the winds reach down roughly 3,000 kilometers before they begin, at last, to fade. 3,000 kilometers of weather. That is deeper than the widest oceans on our own world are wide. It is a layer of storm and current so deep you could sink the whole of the earth into it, and still have room to spare above and below. Let that settle slowly. The bands you can see drifting across the face of Jupiter are the very top of a weather system thousands of kilometers tall. Every gentle stripe is the crown of a wind that runs down further than the mind wants to follow, into warmth and darkness and pressure, and keeps on running. And it is all so slow, so patient. These are not sudden gusts. They are vast, unhurried flows, turning through a space so large that our fastest storms would seem, by comparison, to be standing perfectly still. A weather that measures itself not in minutes or hours, but in the slow, deep breathing of a giant. So there is no need to hold the number, or the size, or any of it. Simply let the sense of it wash over you, that Jupiter's storms are far deeper than anyone once believed, that beneath the thin, bright face lies a weather layer thousands of kilometers deep, moving slowly, endlessly, in the warm and quiet dark, and that you are drifting down into it now, gently, with nothing to fear and nowhere you need to be. We tend to think of an atmosphere as something light, a little breath of air wrapped around a heavy, solid world. Here on Earth, that is true. Our whole sky, every cloud and every wind, weighs almost nothing next to the great stone body of the planet. Less than a millionth of the Earth is air, a thin, precious veil. On Jupiter, it is different. There, the atmosphere, the great deep ocean of moving air we have been sinking into, makes up about 1 part in 100 of the entire planet. About 1%. 1% sounds small, a tiny slice, barely worth counting, but hold it against the size of Jupiter and it becomes something else entirely. Because Jupiter is vast beyond easy imagining. It is the giant of our solar system, so large that every other planet could be gathered up together and still not equal it. And 1% of something that enormous is not small at all. That thin-sounding sliver of atmosphere weighs as much as several whole Earths. 2, 3 Earths, perhaps more. Not of rock, not of iron, but of air, of weather, of cloud and wind. Sit with that gently for a moment. The weather of Jupiter, just the moving, storming, breathing outer layer, weighs as much as several worlds like ours. Everything you have ever known, every mountain and ocean and city, all the weight of a whole planet, and Jupiter carries several of those in nothing but sky. It is the kind of largeness that makes the mind grow quiet, not frightened, just still. The way you might feel standing at the foot of a mountain so tall its top is lost in cloud, and finding that all your busy thoughts have simply grown small and soft in its presence. That is the gift of things this large. They ask nothing of you. They do not need you to understand them, or measure them, or hold them. They simply are. Immense and calm and utterly untroubled by anything so small as a single restless night. So let the number go. 1%, several Earths, it does not matter now. Just let yourself feel how small and how safe it is to be a little thing, resting quietly at the edge of something so unimaginably large. How do you measure the depth of a wind you cannot see? A wind buried thousands of kilometers inside a planet under crushing weight in total darkness. You cannot lower a line into it. You cannot send a light down to find its bottom. And yet we found it, the depth where Jupiter's great winds finally fade. And we found it in the gentlest way imaginable. We weighed them. A flowing river of air, deep inside the planet, carries a little extra mass along with it. And mass, however deep, however hidden, always leaves a whisper in gravity. A moving current of air running around the giant tugs ever so slightly on anything passing overhead. A tug just a hair stronger or a hair softer than a still and even planet would give. So the little spacecraft fell close and felt those whispers. Where the deep winds ran, it felt gravity lean, faintly, one way and then the other. Tiny imperfections, small, delicate unevennesses in the pull of the planet, the soft fingerprints of rivers of air moving far below. And from those faint fingerprints, patiently gathered, we could read how deep the winds must reach. If the great streams were shallow, they would leave only the smallest mark. If they ran deep, they would leave a larger one. By measuring the mark, we measured the depth, and the answer came softly back. The winds run down about 3,000 kilometers, and then, gently, they let go. Below that depth, the streaming rivers of air quiet down and give way to a different, stiller world. There is something tender about that method. We did not drill or pierce or force our way in. We simply drifted close and listened to the faintest lean of gravity and let the planet tell us its own depths in a language almost too quiet to hear. And so the invisible became known. The winds we could never see were measured by their weight alone, by the softest unevenness in a giant's pull. 3,000 kilometers down they run, and there they come to rest. You do not need to follow the reasoning or hold on to the numbers. Just let the quietness of it stay with you. That even the deepest, most hidden things leave a gentle trace. That they can be known softly from a distance without ever being disturbed. And that far below the clouds, at a depth we could only ever feel, the great winds finally come to rest. Stand for a moment at the top of one of Jupiter's winds. Up here, near the cloud tops, it moves the pale bands along, slow and steady, brushing the visible face of the planet. From the outside, it looks like a surface breeze, something skimming lightly across the top. But this wind has roots. Follow it down. Sink with it, past the bright veil of color, past the thin painted skin, into the deepening dark. And the wind does not stop. It goes with you, down through 1 kilometer and 100 and 1,000. The same great river of air keeps flowing, carrying its slow current far beneath the clouds. Thousands of kilometers it plunges into warmth and weight and shadow before it finally begins to slow. These are not gusts. They are not the quick, darting winds of an afternoon. They are columns, tall, deep, patient columns of moving air, standing up inside the planet like the trunks of impossible trees. What we see at the top, the drifting of the bands, is only the very crown. The wind itself reaches down further than light further than sight, deep into the body of the giant. Imagine a current in the sea that does not fade a little below the surface, but instead keeps flowing, unbroken, all the way down into the deepest trench and beyond. A wind you could fall along for thousands of kilometers and still find all around you moving in the same calm direction. That is what Jupiter holds. Winds with astonishing depth, winds that plunge, and in all that plunging there is no violence, only depth, only the slow, unhurried descent of air into darkness, turning as gently at the bottom as it does at the top. A wind so deep that it seems to have all the time in the world, because it does. So let yourself go down along it now, softly, not falling exactly, just sinking the way you sink into sleep, slowly, smoothly, with the deep current all around you, carrying you further down into the warm and quiet dark. Thousands of kilometers from anything that could ever ask a single thing of you. From far away, Jupiter looks simple. A few broad stripes, a handful of bands, light and dark, wrapped around the middle. For a long time, that is how we thought of its winds, just a few great currents running one way and then the other. But the closer we looked, the more we found. Those few visible stripes are only the boldest strokes. Woven between them and beneath them are many more. Not 3 winds, but more than 20. Over 20 separate rivers of air, each one flowing around the whole enormous planet, laid one above the next like the strings of some vast and silent instrument. And they alternate gently as they go. One river flows to the east, the next, just beside it, flows to the west, and the next turns east again, and so on and so on. A slow, steady braid of currents circling the giant, each moving opposite to its neighbors. All of them turning together in a pattern so wide and so patient that it wraps the entire world. Picture the calm channels of a great river delta, laid side by side, each one drifting quietly in its own direction, or the long, even furrows in a field, running in smooth parallel lines to the horizon. Jupiter's winds are like that, orderly, layered, endlessly repeating. More than 20 of them, nested one within another, each keeping to its own lane, none in any hurry. There is a deep calm in that order. Nothing is fighting, nothing is tangled. Each current simply flows in its own direction, at its own steady pace, held gently in its place by the turning of the world. east, then west, then east again, all the way from one pole to the other. A quiet, repeating rhythm wrapped around the planet like the even lines of a lullaby. You do not need to count them. You do not need to trace them. Just let the rhythm of it move through you. The sense of many slow, even currents layered one over the next, each turning peacefully in its place. More than 20 quiet rivers of air, circling a giant in the dark, in perfect, unhurried order. And you, resting here, held just as gently in your own quiet place, need do nothing at all but drift along with them. For all its size, Jupiter turns quickly. It is by far the largest planet we know, and yet it spins faster than any of them. A single day there, one full turn of the whole giant, takes less than 10 hours. Less than half of one of our own days. That immense body, wider than 11 Earths set side by side, wheels all the way around in a single short night's sleep. And that rapid turning reaches all the way down. It does not stay at the surface. The whole planet, inside and out, is caught up in the spin, and deep within, that spinning quietly shapes everything that moves. When something turns as fast and as steadily as Jupiter, the flows inside it do not wander freely. They line up. They arrange themselves along the direction of the spin, gathering into tall, standing columns of moving material, each one aligned with the planet's turning like a pillar set upright inside a wheel. The deep currents are not scattered or random. They are combed smooth and straight by the endless, even rotation of the giant. It is a little like a potter's wheel, turning steadily beneath the hands. As long as the wheel spins evenly, the clay rises into smooth, symmetric shapes, drawn upward in gentle, ordered lines. The steadiness of the turning is what brings the order, and Jupiter has been turning evenly and endlessly for billions of years, long enough to settle its whole deep interior into that same quiet, columned order. So beneath all the weather, beneath the winds and the bands, there is this deeper truth, a giant turning smoothly in the dark, its inside arranged into tall, calm pillars by nothing more than the patience of its own rotation. No effort, no struggle, just the long, even spin, organizing the depths into something orderly and still. There is a restfulness in that kind of order, the order that comes not from working at it, but simply from turning steadily for a very long time, from doing the same gentle thing over and over until everything inside settles naturally into place. Let your own thoughts settle that way now, not forced into stillness, but simply allowed to line up quietly and grow calm, smoothed by the slow, even turning of the giant, deep in the dark, far below the clouds. There is one last quiet thing to know before we let the giant turn on without us for a while. The outer part of Jupiter, the deep weather layer we have been sinking through, does not turn all at one speed. Different bands drift at different rates. Some rivers of air run a little faster, some a little slower, each keeping its own gentle pace. Near the surface, the planet turns in many speeds at once, layered and varied, like water moving at different rates across the width of a slow, wide stream. But go down far enough, past the winds, past the place where the great currents fade, and something changes. The many speeds begin to gather into one. Deep in the interior, below the weather, the material stops moving in separate layers and begins, instead, to turn all together, evenly as a single whole. Down there, the giant no longer flows in many quiet streams. It rotates as one calm body, unified from the inside out. There is a soft boundary between these two worlds. Above it, the outer layer, with its many drifting speeds, its winds and bands and alternating rivers. Below it, the deep interior, turning smoothly and uniformly, all of one mind. And between them, thousands of kilometers down, the varied surface currents slowly give way to the single, steady turning of the depths. Imagine the surface of a lake on a breezy evening, its top rippled and stirred into countless little movements, each patch of water going its own way. And then imagine sinking below that busy surface, down into the still, deep water, where all the ripples are forgotten and the whole body of the lake simply rests, moving as one, slow and even and calm. Jupiter is like that, a restless, many-speeded surface, and beneath it, a deep interior that has settled into a single, unified turning. The variety, the differences, the many separate flows, all of that belongs to the shallow outer skin. Go deep enough, and everything moves together quietly as one. So let the last of the surface ripples fade from you now. Let the many small movements of the day, the different speeds and directions of all your scattered thoughts, sink down and gather into one slow, even calm. Down where Jupiter turns as a single quiet whole, far below the clouds, in the warm and endless dark, and rest there gently for as long as you like. For all that we have said about the winds, and the weather and the many drifting speeds of the surface, all of that restless motion belongs to only a thin outer skin of Jupiter, a shell just a few thousand kilometers deep, and beneath it lies almost the entire planet. Think of Jupiter as a great sphere and measure inward from the clouds. The winds, the jets, the varied turning, all of that lives in only the outermost few parts of it. Below that thin layer, everything else, the deep, deep bulk of the giant, some 96 parts in 100 of the whole vast body, turns together evenly as a single solid piece. 96%, almost all of it, nearly the entire planet, from far below the clouds all the way down to its distant center, rotates as one calm, unified whole, without any of the drifting and disagreement of the surface. Picture an orange resting in your hand. Imagine that only the thin peel of it stirred and shifted, a little wind moving across its skin, while the whole fruit beneath, the great soft body of it, simply turned quietly all together as one. That is Jupiter, a thin, weather-troubled rind, and beneath it a vast and peaceful interior, turning as a single steady thing. There is such deep rest in that image. Almost everything the giant is calm. The busyness, the variety, the fast and the slow, the east and the west, all of it is only skin. And under the skin, the great overwhelming majority of the planet turns smoothly and evenly, undisturbed, one unified body wheeling slowly through the dark. So let that be the shape of things as you settle. The surface may stir, the way the surface of a mind stirs with the small leftover thoughts of the day. But underneath is almost all of you, and almost all of it is already still. 96 parts calm, turning quietly together, needing nothing, going nowhere but around and around and softly around. Down in that vast interior where nearly the whole planet turns as one, the material is a strange and gentle thing, something that flows like a liquid and yet turns all together like a solid. It is not frozen. It is not stiff. If you could reach into it, it would move and part around your hand the way deep water does. It is fluid, through and through. And yet, because it turns so evenly, so uniformly, from the center all the way out, the whole of it moves as though it were a single solid body. a liquid that behaves like a stone, flowing and yet perfectly of one piece. Imagine a wide, still bowl of water set very slowly turning. At first, the water near the edge moves, and the water in the middle lags behind, and the surface swirls with little differences. But let it turn gently and evenly for long enough, and something lovely happens. All the little differences fade, the swirls smooth away, and in time the whole body of water turns as one, every part of it keeping pace with every other, moving together as though it had quietly become a single solid disk. Jupiter's deep interior is like that water after a very long time of turning. Every part of it flows, and yet no part of it disagrees with any other. It has settled into perfect unison, a great liquid body turning as one calm solid deep beneath the weather. There is nothing sharp in it, nothing broken, no edges, no seams, no arguments between one layer and the next. Just a smooth, uniform, unhurried turning all the way down, the way a deep pool turns when nothing troubles it but its own slow rotation. Let yourself be like that water now. All the little differences of the day, the parts of you moving at different speeds, some racing, some lagging behind, let them slowly even out. Let them smooth away until every part of you keeps the same gentle pace, and you turn quietly all of one piece, deep and liquid and calm. We call Jupiter a gas giant. It is one of the great names we have given it, a planet of gas, a world without a surface, a vast ball of air. And near the top, that name is true. The clouds are gas. The winds are gas. The bright striped face is made of nothing you could ever stand upon. But go down deep enough, and the name quietly stops being true. Because as we sink into Jupiter, the weight of everything above presses down harder and harder and harder. The gas is squeezed, packed, pressed together under the weight of thousands of kilometers of sky. And under that immense, patient pressure, the gas stops behaving like gas at all. It grows dense. It grows thick. It becomes a fluid, a deep, heavy, liquid-like ocean with no shore and no surface, filling almost the whole interior of the planet. So the heart of the gas giant is not gas. It is closer to a liquid, a strange, dense, metallic liquid, warm and dark and enormous, nothing at all like the airy clouds we see from far away. Think of fog on a cold morning. drifting soft and thin above a lake. That fog is like Jupiter's outer clouds, light, gaseous, easily stirred. And now think of the deep water of the lake below it, dark and dense and heavy, holding its shape, filling the whole basin. The same substance in a way, but pressed by depth into something wholly different. The wispy fog above and the deep, still water beneath. Jupiter is that lake, grown to the size of a giant. A thin veil of gas at the very top, and below it, filling nearly all the world, a vast, dense liquid, turning slowly in the dark. You do not need to hold the difference in your mind. Just let the sense of it settle over you, that beneath all the airy, drifting surface, the real body of the giant is deep and dense and liquid and still. A great calm ocean with no shore, pressing quietly inward all the way down. And you, sinking into it now, held and slowed by its gentle, enormous weight. Up at the surface, Jupiter wears its familiar stripes, the belts and the zones, the darker bands and the lighter ones, alternating around the planet. We know them well. We have watched them for centuries, and it would be easy to imagine that they simply continue downward, unchanged, like the layers of a cake, the same stripes running straight to the core. But they do not. As the belts and zones reach down into the deepening dark, they begin to change. They do not stay the shapes we know. They shift and merge and fade and gather themselves into new forms, deep structures that have no name at the surface, patterns that belong only to the hidden interior. The familiar stripes are just the topmost expression of something that reshapes itself quietly the further down it goes. It is a little like a river seen from a bridge. At the surface, the water shows one pattern, a certain set of ripples, a certain flow. But sink below and the currents rearrange. Deeper down, the river braids differently, folds around unseen shapes, becomes a wholly different pattern than the one the surface shows. The same water, a new structure, changed by depth. Jupiter's bands are like that. What we see is only the surface expression. Below, in the warm dark, the belts and zones dissolve their familiar shapes and become something else. New, evolving structures, drifting and reforming in ways no telescope will ever show us. There is a gentleness in that thought. The patterns are not fixed. They are not carved in stone holding rigidly all the way down. They soften and change and let themselves become new the deeper they go, never forcing, never fighting, just quietly reshaping in the dark. Let your own patterns do the same. The familiar shapes of the day, the fixed lines of your thoughts, let them loosen as you sink, the way Jupiter's stripes loosen and reform below the surface. Let them drift into new and gentler forms, deeper and deeper, until they are soft enough to rest in. When we first imagined the deep winds of Jupiter, we pictured something very simple and very neat. Tall, straight columns of air, perfect cylinders, each one running down into the planet like a smooth pillar, unchanging from top to bottom. It was a lovely, orderly picture, a giant filled with perfect standing columns. But the truth, as we have come to know it, is gentler and stranger than that. The deep jets are not perfect cylinders. They are not flawless straight pillars, identical all the way down. As they descend, they change. They swell a little and narrow a little. They lean and taper and shift their strength with depth. Each deep current has its own quiet shape, thicker here, thinner there, softening as it goes, more like a living thing than a machine. Think of the trunk of an old tree rather than a smooth column of stone. A tree trunk stands tall and upright, yes, but it is not perfectly straight. It widens near the roots. It narrows toward the top. It bends ever so slightly this way and that, shaped by all the years of its slow growing. It is a column, but a living, imperfect, gentle one. The deep winds of Jupiter are like that, columns, in a way, but breathing columns, changing columns, each one shaped a little differently by the depths it passes through. Not rigid, not identical, not machine perfect. Just great soft pillars of moving air, tapering and leaning through the dark, each one quietly its own. There is something restful in letting go of the perfect picture. Things do not have to be flawless or straight or identical to be calm. The deep jets are none of those, and yet they turn as peacefully as anything in the universe, slow and soft and unhurried, gently changing shape as they sink. So let go of anything that has to be perfect tonight. Let your own shape be soft and uneven and changing the way the deep winds are. There is nothing to straighten, nothing to hold rigid, only the gentle, tapering, leaning descent into rest. Somewhere in the deep of Jupiter, at the middle latitudes, that band of the planet between the equator and the poles, there may run a swift, hidden current, a fast jet stream buried far below the clouds, moving quickly through the dark where no eye can follow it. From the surface, you would never know it was there. Above it, the cloud tops drift along at their own gentle pace, giving no sign of the swiftness beneath. But down in the depths, hidden by thousands of kilometers of sky, this quick current runs on, a fast river threaded quietly through the slow body of the giant. It is a little like a calm, wide river on a still afternoon. The surface looks smooth, barely moving, the reflections lying almost perfectly still. And yet, beneath that placid surface, out of sight, a strong, deep current can be running fast and steady, carrying far more than the quiet top would ever suggest. The calm above and the swift, hidden flow below. Jupiter holds a current like that, deep at its middle latitudes, a hidden swiftness wrapped in stillness, fast and yet completely silent to us, moving and yet leaving the surface undisturbed. And there is something soothing in that, the idea of a fast thing, hidden inside a calm thing, doing no harm to the peace above it. The surface stays gentle, the depths do the moving, the quick current runs on and on, far away and far below, asking nothing, disturbing nothing, simply flowing in the dark. You can let a current like that run somewhere deep in you now, if it likes. Some last fast thought, some leftover swiftness of the day. It does not have to stop. It can simply sink down below the calm surface and run on quietly where it will not trouble your rest. A hidden current far below while everything above grows still. Deep within Jupiter's atmosphere, there are layers that turn faster than the planet itself. We call this superrotation, a place where the air races ahead of the great body it belongs to, turning quicker than the giant beneath it. It sounds as though it should be violent, this racing, but it is not. It is smooth and steady and even, a layer of air simply carried around a little faster than the rest, gliding ahead in an unbroken, endless ring. Not a storm, not a struggle, just a swift, smooth band, turning quickly and quietly around the world. Imagine a great slow carousel turning gently in the evening. And now imagine that one of its rings, one smooth circle of it, turns just a little faster than the rest, sliding steadily ahead, round and round, without a single jolt. The whole thing still moves as one calm machine. But that one ring races softly onward, quicker than its neighbors in a smooth, unending glide. Jupiter has rings of air like that, deep in its atmosphere, layers that super-rotate, gliding ahead of the planet, swift and smooth and silent, racing but never rushing, fast but never frantic, just a quiet, quick, endless turning, carried around and around in the warm dark. There is a kind of peace even in the fast things here, because everything moves so evenly. Nothing lurches, nothing catches. The swift layers glide as gently as the slow ones. Speed without any hurry at all. So if some part of you still feels quick tonight, let it be like those layers. Let it move as fast as it likes, but smoothly. No jolts, no catching, just a soft, even glide, turning and turning in the dark, carried gently around with everything else, until even the swiftness becomes a kind of rest. You might imagine that a planet is the same on both of its halves, that the north and the south of Jupiter would mirror each other, matched and even, like the two sides of a calm face. It would be a tidy sort of symmetry, but Jupiter is not quite like that. Deep in its flows, there is a great imbalance between north and south. The currents in one hemisphere do not simply mirror the currents in the other. They run at different strengths, in different patterns. The deep north and the deep south are not twins. They are more like two hands, alike and yet not the same, each with its own quiet character. This asymmetry runs deep and runs large. It is not a small difference at the edges, it is a broad, sweeping unevenness woven through the whole of the deep flows, the two halves of the giant turning to their own slightly different rhythms, north unlike south, all the way down. And there is something very natural in that. Think of your own two hands, resting now. They are a pair. They match. And yet they are not identical. One always a little different from the other, each its own. Or think of the two banks of a wide river, both shaped by the same water and yet never the same shape, each with its own bends and hollows. A likeness without sameness, balance without perfect mirroring. Jupiter carries that same gentle unevenness in its depths, a north and a south that belong together, and yet each go their own quiet way. Not a flaw, not a fault, just the natural living difference between two halves of one enormous turning whole. Let yourself rest in that kind of balance now, the balance that does not need to be perfect or matched or even. Your own two sides, your own many parts, none of them quite the same, and all of them belonging together anyway. Uneven and whole and calm, turning slowly in the dark, like the two soft halves of a giant. The deep atmosphere of Jupiter is layered, not in a few broad bands, but in many fine, thin sheets, stacked one upon another, layer over layer over layer, down into the dark. We call these thin layers laminae, a word that means simply sheets or leaves or thin plates laid one on the next. Picture the pages of a closed book seen from the side. Hundreds of thin sheets pressed gently together, each one distinct, all of them stacked into a single smooth whole. Or picture the fine layers of a stone laid down over ages, thin bands of sediment resting one atop another, so many of them the eye loses count. Or the delicate leaves of mica that split into sheet after transparent sheet, thinner than paper, endlessly stacked. Jupiter's deep air is layered like that, sheet upon sheet of slowly moving atmosphere, each thin lamina sliding gently over the one below it, all of them stacked together into the great deep body of the giant. Not a single churning mass, but a quiet, ordered stack, layer resting on layer, all the way down. There is such calm in a thing that is layered so finely. Nothing is turbulent, nothing is mixed roughly together. Each thin sheet simply lies where it lies, moving softly over its neighbor, held in its gentle place in the stack. Order and quiet and rest, repeated thin layer by thin layer into the dark. Let yourself sink through those sheets now, slowly, one at a time, down through one soft layer and the next, each one a little deeper, a little warmer, a little stiller than the last. Not falling, just settling gently, sheet by sheet by sheet, deeper into the quiet stack of the giant, until you come to rest somewhere far down, held softly between the layers in the warm dark. We know Jupiter's visible bands, the stripes we can see painted across its face. But there may be more bands than the ones we see. Hidden deep inside the giant, below the surface, there may be other banded structures, great rings and stripes of flow wrapped around the interior, quietly mirroring the ones above, but concealed from every eye. We cannot see them. No telescope reaches that deep. But the shape of the giant, the way it moves, hints that they may be there. Hidden bands running around the deep interior, the stripes we know folded away in the dark. Imagine a still, dark lake, its surface marked with gentle ripples in long parallel lines. Now imagine that far below, unseen, the deep water carries the same kind of patterning, long, slow bands of current hidden in the depths, echoing the ripples above but never breaking the surface. You would never know they were there, and yet the lake would hold them quietly all the same. Jupiter may be like that lake, the bands we see, and beneath them hidden bands we do not. The same patient striping repeated far below, wrapped around the deep and silent interior, order upon order, echoing itself down into the dark. There is something comforting in the thought of hidden order, that even in the parts of the giant we can never see, the same gentle patterns may quietly repeat, that the calm we can observe at the surface goes on, unseen, all the way down. Nothing chaotic hiding in the deep, only more of the same soft banded stillness wrapped around and around the heart of the world. So let that be the last image for now, a giant, striped and calm on its face, and striped and calm again in its hidden depths. The same peaceful pattern echoing down through everything, seen and unseen alike, and you, resting at the surface of it, held in that same repeating quiet, drifting slowly down toward the hidden bands below. Deep inside Jupiter, in that vast interior we have been sinking through, not every layer turns at exactly the same rate. One depth may turn just a touch faster than the depth beside it, another just a touch slower, and where they meet, they slide ever so gently past one another. We call this shear, the soft sliding of one turning layer against the next. It is hidden, this shearing. Buried far below the clouds, silent and unseen, it asks nothing of the surface, but it is there, a quiet, endless slipping of layer against layer, deep in the dark as the giant turns. And it is so slow. Picture a wide, deep river on a summer's evening. The water at the very top glides along just a little faster than the water beneath it, and that beneath, faster than the water lower still. Layer over layer, each sliding gently past the next, none of them in any hurry, all of them flowing the same quiet way. You would never see the sliding, you would only feel the whole river moving, smooth and slow. Jupiter's depths are like that river, folded into a sphere, layer upon turning layer, each slipping softly past its neighbor, a hidden shear running all through the interior, gentle and constant and calm. There is nothing harsh in it, nothing tearing, just the soft, patient sliding of one slow layer against another, deep where no eye will ever look as the giant turns through the dark. Let that gentle sliding be in you too. The different parts of you moving at their own slightly different speeds. Let them slip softly past one another, without catching, without friction, each one flowing its own quiet way. A hidden, easy sheer, deep and slow, carrying you gently around in the dark. Here and there in the deep, where those sliding layers press against one another most closely, the gentle shearing gives rise to something new. The soft slipping curls at its edges. It folds, it rolls slowly into eddies, quiet whirls of motion, blooming where one layer meets the next. We might call this turbulence, but there is nothing violent about it here. It is unhurried. It is soft. Picture a spoonful of cream poured slowly into a cup of coffee. Watch how it curls and folds and blooms outward in slow, drifting spirals, never sharp, never sudden, just a gentle unfurling of one thing into another. That is the kind of turbulence the deep of Jupiter holds. Slow curls, soft folds, quiet spirals opening in the dark. Or think of a thread of smoke rising from a single candle in a still room. For a while, it climbs straight and smooth, and then, gently, it begins to fold and coil upon itself, turning into slow, soft loops as it rises. No wind, no violence, just a quiet, drifting complexity, unfolding at its own pace. Deep in Jupiter, where the turning layers brush together, motion blooms like that, soft eddies curling into being, drifting and fading and forming again, endlessly in the warm dark. Not a storm, not a struggle, just the slow, patient blossoming of gentle whirls, deep where nothing can disturb them. Let your thoughts, if any still linger, curl and drift the same way. Not held rigid, not forced straight, just allowed to fold softly and spiral slowly and settle like cream in coffee, like smoke in still air, blooming gently and then dissolving deeper and deeper into rest. Scientists have a lovely name for the deep atmosphere of Jupiter. They sometimes call it a museum of fluid motion, a place where nearly every kind of slow, flowing behavior that a fluid can have is gathered together, preserved and displayed, all in one vast, quiet body. Imagine walking through a great museum late in the evening, when the halls are hushed and almost empty. In one room, a slow spiral turning gently on its own. In the next, long, smooth currents flowing side by side. In another, soft eddies curling and drifting. Layers and waves and gentle whirls, each in its own quiet hall. Every kind of flowing motion held and shown in the deep calm of the place. Jupiter's depths are a museum like that. Every slow motion a fluid can make seems to live there somewhere. Jets and eddies and drifting layers and gentle waves, all coexisting, all preserved, all turning quietly together in the same enormous dark. Nothing is thrown away. Nothing is lost. The giant simply holds them all, one beside the next, a gallery of every gentle way that a great fluid can move. And it is a peaceful museum. No crowds, no noise, just the soft, endless display of slow motion after slow motion, kept safe in the warm interior, turning on and on with no one to watch but the dark itself. Let yourself wander through it now, unhurried, the way you might drift through quiet halls at closing time, pausing at one slow motion and then another, letting each one hold your gentle attention for a moment before drifting on. There is nowhere you need to be. The museum never closes, and every hall of it is calm. There is something curious about the way motion behaves in the deep of Jupiter. In many places, when a fluid stirs, big swirls break apart into smaller ones, and those into smaller still, until the motion crumbles away into the tiniest ripples and is gone. Large things becoming small. But in Jupiter's depths, it often runs the other way. There, the small motions gather. Little swirls drift together and join and merge and slowly build themselves into larger and larger flows, until the countless small stirrings have gathered into a few great, broad, gentle currents that wrap around the whole planet. Small things becoming large, scattered motion, quietly assembling into calm. Picture rain falling on a hillside. Each drop is tiny, scattered, going its own small way. But the drops find one another. They They gather into little trickles, and the trickles into streams, and the streams into one wide, slow river, moving unhurried toward the sea. All that scattered smallness, gathering itself into a single broad and peaceful flow. That is what the deep of Jupiter does with its motion. It does not shatter into ever smaller pieces. It gathers and gathers and gathers, drawing all the little stirrings up into a few enormous, gentle streams. The turbulence does not break things apart. It brings them together. There is a deep comfort in that direction of things. The scattered becomes whole. The small and restless gathers into the large and calm. Nothing is lost to smaller and smaller pieces. Everything is drawn up softly into one broad, slow current. Let your own scattered thoughts do that now. All the little restless pieces of the day, let them find one another and gather and merge, drifting slowly together into one wide, calm flow, until there is nothing small and darting left, only a single quiet current carrying you gently down. All that slow, deep motion, the winds, the jets, the gathered currents wrapping the giant, carries with it an enormous amount of energy. The deep weather layer of Jupiter holds a vast store of it, a great reservoir of motion, deep and heavy and immense. And yet it never feels fierce. This is the wonder of it. The energy is colossal, more than the mind can hold. And still it is carried so gently, so evenly, so slowly, that it feels like the calmest thing in the world. Great power, moving with perfect patience. Think of a great, heavy flywheel, an enormous wheel turning slowly on a smooth axle. It holds tremendous energy in its turning, more than you could ever stop with your hands. And yet, to watch it, it is utterly serene, turning so smoothly, so steadily, that it seems almost still. Immense force, expressed as calm. Or think of the deep ocean and the slow, patient pull of its tides. The energy in that rising and falling is beyond imagining. Whole seas lifted and lowered twice a day, forever. And still it comes so gently, so slowly, that you could sit at the shore and feel nothing but peace, watching the water breathe in and out. Jupiter's deep winds hold their energy the same way, vast beyond measure and yet perfectly calm, not straining, not spending, just holding in that great slow turning, an ocean of quiet power deep in the dark. There is something reassuring in that a thing can hold enormous energy and still be entirely at rest. That great power does not have to be loud or fast or fierce. It can simply turn slowly and evenly, keeping all its strength gathered and calm. Let yourself hold your own quiet energy that way now, deep and gathered and utterly at peace. The deep atmosphere of Jupiter is not a formless thing. It is shaped and held and quietly arranged by the giant's own gravity, reaching inward from every side. Gravity is patient. It does not push or hurry. It simply pulls, always inward, always gently, drawing everything toward the center of the world. And over unimaginable stretches of time, that steady inward pull has settled Jupiter's deep atmosphere into order, layer upon layer, each finding its own natural place, the heavier settling below, the lighter resting above, all of it arranged by nothing more than the soft, endless call of gravity. Think of a jar of still water with the finest sand drifting in it. Left alone, undisturbed, the sand settles slowly downward and the water clears and everything finds its own quiet level. No one arranges it. Gravity simply, patiently draws each thing to where it belongs until the whole jar rests in ordered layers, calm and clear. Jupiter's depths have settled the same way, not by force, but by the gentle, ceaseless pull of the giant upon itself. Everything drawn softly to its place, everything held from within by the quiet gravity of the whole. The deep atmosphere is not tossed or scattered. It is cradled layer by layer in the steady embrace of the planet's own weight. There is deep rest in being held like that, held not by effort, but by something patient and constant that asks nothing of you. Let the same gentle pull settle you now. Let yourself be drawn softly downward to your own natural level, to the place where you belong, arranged and held and cradled by a calm and constant weight, deep in the warm dark of the giant. What happens deep inside Jupiter does not stay inside. It reaches all the way out and quietly shapes the very form of the planet, the outline we see against the black of space. Because Jupiter turns, and turns quickly, its deep interior is not content to sit in a perfect sphere. The turning gathers the giant's body outward at its middle and draws it inward at its poles, until the whole world is gently rounded, a little wider around its waist, a little flatter at its top and bottom. Not sharply, not strangely, just softly swelled at the equator, softly eased at the poles, the shape of a thing that has been turning patiently for a very long time. You have seen this shape before in small and gentle ways. A drop of water spun, a ball of soft dough turned round and round between the hands, easing outward at its edges. A dancer slowly turning, whose skirt lifts and rounds outward with the spin. The turning and the shape that turning gently makes, a smooth swelling at the middle, a soft flattening at the ends. Jupiter wears that shape on the grandest scale. The deep turning interior, reaching outward, has molded the whole giant into a soft and gentle roundness. The outer form of the planet, quietly written by the motion of its hidden depths. So the inside and the outside are not separate. What turns deep within shapes the calm curve we see without. The giant is all one thing. Its hidden depths and its visible form, its deep motion and its gentle outline, all belonging together, all shaped by the same slow, patient turning. Let yourself feel that wholeness now, the deep and the surface, the hidden and the seen, all one calm turning body. Nothing at odds, nothing apart, just a single, gentle, rounded whole, turning slowly in the dark, its quiet depths and its soft outline resting together as one. For a long time, we imagined the high clouds of Jupiter to be a simple thing, pure ammonia ice, clean and plain, a single frozen substance drifting in the cold upper air. But when we looked more closely, the simple picture softened. The clouds are not pure at all. They are mingled, ammonia ice, yes, but woven together with other things, other compounds and particles, blended and mixed into something far richer and stranger than plain white ice. Not one substance, but many, drifting together in the high, cold air. It is a little like fresh snow. From a distance, snow looks perfectly pure, a clean, simple white. But bend close, and you find it is not so simple. It holds tiny grains of dust, and traces of the air it fell through, and countless small imperfections that make each drift its own. What seemed pure and plain is really a gentle mingling of many small things. Jupiter's high clouds are like that snow. They seem, from far away, like clean frozen ammonia. But up close, they are a soft blend, many things drifting together, mixed and mingled into the pale clouds we see. Richer than we thought, less simple, more quietly complex. There is a gentleness in that, in things being more mingled, more blended than they first appear. Nothing here is stark, or pure, or plain. Even the high white clouds are a soft mixture, a quiet blend, many small things drifting gently together in the cold. Let that softness settle over you. Nothing needs to be pure or simple or one clear thing tonight. Let yourself be a gentle blend of many quiet things, mingled softly together, drifting like the high pale clouds of the giant, far above the deep. As you sink through Jupiter's atmosphere, the chemistry changes with the depth. Near the top, one set of substances drifts in the cold. A little lower, where it is warmer, others gather. Lower still, others again. Layer beneath layer, each at its own depth, each with its own quiet chemistry. A great layered maze of substance folded down into the giant. It is orderly, this maze, even as it is intricate. Each layer keeps to its own level, held there by temperature and pressure and the patient pull of gravity. Ammonia in its cold, high place. Other compounds gathering in the warmer depths below. Water, deeper still, where the warmth allows. A slow procession of chemistry, arranged from top to bottom, each substance resting where the conditions call it home. Picture a deep old cellar, with room below room, descending into the earth. Each level is a little warmer, a little darker than the one above, and in each room something different is kept. One thing here, another there, each in its proper place, arranged by depth. To wander down through it is to pass through layer after quiet layer, each with its own character, all of them stacked into the cool dark. Jupiter's atmosphere is a maze like that, not a tangle, but a stack. Not a confusion, but a slow, ordered descent through layer after layer of chemistry, each one resting quietly at its own depth. A labyrinth, yes, but a calm one, where every turning leads gently downward, and every layer is exactly where it belongs. Let yourself descend through it slowly now, level by level, the way you might wander down into a cool, deep cellar on a warm evening. Each layer a little deeper, a little stiller, a little further from the surface and the day. No hurry, no wrong turns, just a gentle, ordered sinking, down through the quiet maze into the warm dark below. The deep atmosphere of Jupiter is not made of any single thing. It is a mingling, many substances blended together into one great flowing body. Hydrogen and helium and traces of many others, all mixed and moving as one. A multi-component fluid, the scientists say. A fluid of many parts flowing together as a single whole. And yet, for all its many parts, it flows as one. The different substances do not separate out into quarreling streams. They mingle, they blend, they move together deep in the dark, one great mixed body turning slowly around the giant. Many things made one by their long flowing together. Think of a slow broth simmering all day on a low flame. It begins as many separate things, this and that, added one by one. But given time and gentle warmth and slow stirring, they melt into one another until there is no longer this and that, only the single deep flavor of the whole. Many ingredients become one quiet broth. Or think of the many rivers that flow into a single sea. Each begins somewhere different and carries something different, but they pour together into the same great water and mingle and are one, no longer separate rivers, but one calm and enormous ocean, holding all of them at once. Jupiter's depths are like that broth, that sea. Many things, long mingled, flowing as one. All the different substances of the giant, blended by time and warmth and slow turning into a single deep body, moving together in the dark. Let yourself be one whole thing that way now, not many separate parts, pulling in different directions, but a single, mingled, quiet body, all of you flowing together in the same slow direction, blended into one calm current, turning gently down into the warm dark of the giant. We might imagine that deep inside Jupiter, everything is smooth and even, the same in every direction, uniform from patch to patch, a single unbroken sameness filling the giant. It would be simple that way, tidy. But the deep atmosphere is not uniform. It is patchy. Here, a little more of one thing. There, a little less. One region richer, another thinner. The deep is dappled, varied, gently uneven, a soft patchwork of difference spread all through the interior. Think of sunlight falling through the leaves of a tall tree on a summer afternoon. The light on the ground is not even. It is dappled, bright here, soft shadowed there, a shifting patchwork of light and shade, gentle and irregular and lovely. Not uniform, not flat, just quietly varied, patch by patch. Or think of an old, well-loved quilt sewn from many pieces. This square a little darker, that one a little paler. Each patch its own, all of them stitched softly into one warm whole. Not a single even cloth, but a gentle gathering of differences. Jupiter's depths are dappled like that light, patched like that quilt. Not everywhere the same, but softly varied. Richer here, thinner there. A great quiet patchwork folded down into the giant. And there is a warmth in that unevenness, the way there is warmth in dappled shade, or in a quilt of many pieces. Nothing stark, nothing uniform, just gentle difference, spread softly through the dark. Let yourself rest under that dappled quality now, the way you might lie beneath a tree in the shifting afternoon light, not needing everything to be even or matched or the same, just resting in the soft patchwork of it, warm and varied and gentle, drifting beneath the dappled deep of the giant. The great circulation of Jupiter's atmosphere, the slow overturning of it, the way it moves material from one place to another, is far slower than we ever guessed. Where we imagined swift stirring, there is instead a patience almost beyond measure. The deep of the giant moves, but it moves at the pace of ages. A single slow turning of the deep circulation might take not minutes or days, but years upon years upon years. The atmosphere breathes, in a way, but a single breath of it is longer than a human lifetime. Slow beyond slow, patient beyond patience. Think of a glacier, that great river of ice creeping down a mountain valley. To the eye, it does not move at all. It seems as fixed as the stone around it, and yet it flows, inch by inch, year by year, century by century, carving the whole valley as it goes, moving all the while, so slowly that its motion is a kind of stillness. Or think of honey poured slowly from a spoon on a cool morning, the way it moves, but reluctantly, patiently, in no hurry at all, taking its long, sweet time to settle. Jupiter's deep circulation moves like that glacier, that honey. Real motion, true motion, but so slow, so gradual, so unhurried, that it feels like the very opposite of haste. A turning measured in years and lifetimes, quiet and vast and patient. There is such peace in that slowness, nothing rushing, nothing urgent, just a great, gentle motion unfolding over spans of time so long they make the fastest night feel eternal. Let your own sense of time stretch and slow to match it now. There is no hurry here. There is all the time in the world, years of it, lifetimes of it, for the giant to take a single slow breath and for you to sink, unhurried, into rest. Deep in Jupiter's atmosphere, there are certain quiet layers that hold everything in place. We might call them blocking layers, gentle, stable layers that keep the atmosphere above from mixing down into the atmosphere below. They are like soft lids laid across the deep, holding each level calmly where it belongs. Because of them, things do not churn freely from top to bottom. The layers stay settled. What is above stays above. What is below stays below. Nothing rushes up. Nothing tumbles down. The blocking layers keep the whole deep atmosphere resting quietly in its ordered places, each level undisturbed. Think of a still lake on a calm evening. Near the surface, the water is a little warmer, stirred gently by the day's last warmth. And below, there is a quiet layer where everything changes. And beneath that, the deep water lies cold and dark and utterly undisturbed. That quiet layer holds the deeper part from the surface. It keeps the depths still, no matter what stirs above. The lake could ripple all it liked at the top, and far below, nothing would move at all. Jupiter has layers like that, soft, settling layers that keep the deep from being troubled by the shallow. Lids of stillness holding everything gently in place. And so, however the surface drifts and stirs, the deep beneath these layers stays calm and quiet and held. Let there be a blocking layer in you now, a soft, settling lid laid gently across your mind. Let it hold the small stirrings of the day up at the surface, where they can drift and fade, and let everything beneath it grow still. Below that gentle layer, nothing needs to churn or rise or mix. Only deep, held stillness, resting quietly, undisturbed by anything above. In part, Jupiter's interior is stratified, laid down in stable layers, one resting calmly upon the next, much like the deep ocean here on Earth. Layer over layer, each settled at its own level, each holding its place, gently and without effort. The ocean is stratified in just this way. Near the surface, the water is warmer and lighter. Go down, and it grows cooler and denser and heavier, layer beneath layer, all the way to the cold, dark floor. And those layers rest quietly upon each other, stable and calm, each content to stay where it belongs. The deep ocean does not churn from top to bottom. It settles, it layers, it rests. Jupiter, in part, is like that ocean, its interior settled into stable layers, the lighter above, the heavier below, each resting where its own nature places it. Not a single mixing mass, but a quiet, layered depth, like water settled by long stillness into calm bands from top to bottom. There is such steadiness in stratified things. They do not fight their own arrangement. Each layer simply rests where it belongs, held there by its own gentle nature, needing nothing, moving nowhere. A deep, ordered stillness, layered all the way down. Let yourself settle into layers now, the way deep water settles. Let the lighter parts of you rise gently to the top and grow calm there, and the heavier parts sink softly to their own deep level. And let all of it rest, layer upon quiet layer, stable and still and unmixed, an ocean of you settled into calm bands, from the surface all the way down into the dark. Deep within the giant, hidden far below the clouds, there are great slow loops of motion, cells where warm material rises gently, drifts, cools, and sinks again, turning over and over in vast, patient circles. We call them convection cells, slow wheels of rising and falling, hidden in the deep. They are enormous, and they are unhurried. Warm material lifts slowly through the dark. It spreads softly near the top of its loop. It cools and grows heavy and begins its long, gentle descent again, down and around and up once more, turning over in a circle so slow and so large you could never watch a whole turn in a single lifetime. Think of a lava lamp on a quiet shelf, its slow blobs rising and falling in the warm light, one drifting gently upward, spreading, cooling, sinking slowly back down, over and over, hypnotic and calm. Or think of a pot of water warmed so gently it never quite boils, its currents rolling over in slow, soft loops, rising and turning and sinking endlessly without a sound. Jupiter's hidden convection cells turn like that, great slow wheels of material, rising and falling deep in the dark, over and over, patient beyond patience, hidden, silent, endlessly, gently turning. Let your breath be one of those slow cells now, the gentle rise of each breath in, lifting softly, like warm material rising through the deep, the soft spreading at the top, and the long, easy fall of each breath out, sinking gently back down, rising and turning and sinking, over and over, slow and warm and hidden, one quiet convection cell, turning you gently down into sleep. Deep in Jupiter, there may be great slow conveyor belts of material, vast patient currents that carry the stuff of the giant from one place to another and back again endlessly in long, unhurried loops. Material lifted here, carried across, set down there, drawn back again, a slow belt, turning quietly in the dark. These belts do not rush, they do not falter, they simply carry on and on at their own gentle pace, moving the deep material of the planet in long, slow circuits, round and round, for ages upon ages. Think of the great conveyor of the ocean, the slow worldwide current that carries warm water from the tropics toward the poles, where it cools and sinks and travels back again along the deep sea floor. A single vast loop that takes 1,000 years to complete. You cannot see it, you cannot feel it, and yet it turns ceaselessly, carrying the warmth of the world around in a slow and endless belt. Jupiter may hold belts like that in its depths, patient conveyors of material, looping slowly through the interior, carrying the giant substance round and round in circuits so long they are measured in ages. Nothing hurried, nothing forced, just the slow, faithful carrying of one thing to another place, over and over in the warm dark. There is comfort in a thing that carries so patiently. It asks nothing, it only carries gently on and on. Let yourself be set upon such a belt now, laid down softly on a slow, warm current, and carried without any effort of your own, deeper and deeper into the quiet interior. You need not move, you need not steer. The belt will carry you patiently all the way down into rest. From deep within Jupiter, great slow waves of ammonia rise upward, welling gently from the depths toward the clouds above. Not small ripples, vast broad waves, swelling slowly up through the atmosphere, lifting from far below and rolling gently toward the light. They are like like the long swells of a calm sea. Out on the open ocean, far from any shore, the swells come in slow, broad rises, great smooth mounds of water lifting gently and settling again, unhurried, rolling in from somewhere deep and distant. There is nothing sharp in them, nothing breaking, just the slow, enormous breathing of the sea, rising and falling in long, gentle swells. Jupiter's ammonia rises in swells like that, great slow waves welling up from the deep, lifting the ammonia gently toward the high clouds, then easing back down again, over and over, a vast, slow breathing of the atmosphere, up from the depths and gently down, up and softly down. Picture yourself resting on the surface of a calm sea, far out, where the water is deep, rising and falling with each long swell. The water lifts you slowly, gently, and sets you down again and lifts you once more, a rocking so slow and so smooth that it is nothing but soothing. No effort, no fear, just the deep breathing of the sea carrying you up and down, up and down in long, unhurried swells. Let Jupiter's slow ammonia waves rock you that way now, rising gently from the deep, lifting you softly, setting you down again and again. A vast, slow swell, breathing up from the warm interior, carrying you up and down into the quiet, and down, at last, into sleep. At the equator of Jupiter, the broad middle of the giant, there rises a great, slow plume of ammonia, lifting upward from the deep in a vast, gentle fountain, broad and soft and unhurried. It wells up from far below, carrying ammonia slowly toward the high clouds, a great column of rising material at the very waist of the world. It is not a jet, it is not a burst. It is a slow, patient rising, a broad fountain of the giant's own substance, lifting gently upward, spreading softly as it climbs, feeding the high clouds above with the deep material below. Think of the way warm air rises slowly from the earth on a still summer day, lifting gently upward in a broad, invisible column, carrying the warmth of the ground toward the sky. Or think of a single thread of incense in a quiet room, its smoke climbing slowly, softly, spreading and curling as it rises, unhurried, into the still air, a gentle, patient lifting, a quiet rising from below toward above. Jupiter's great equatorial plume rises like that, a broad, slow fountain of ammonia, lifting endlessly from the deep, feeding the clouds at the middle of the giant, silent, patient, always gently rising. Let something in you rise as gently now, not with effort, not with force, but softly, the way warm air lifts, the way incense climbs. Let the last of the day's weight lift slowly off you and drift upward, spreading and thinning and fading as it goes, carried up and away by a slow, warm rising, until you are left light and empty and calm, resting at the quiet middle of the world. Now and then, from deep within Jupiter, a great cloud of ammonia rises all at once, welling up from far below and blooming slowly into the high sky, a vast soft tower of cloud unfurling upward from the depths. We might call these eruptions, but there is nothing sudden or violent in them, seen slowly. Watched at the pace of the giant, they are gentle. A great mass of ammonia lifts from the deep and rises, and mushrooms softly outward as it climbs, blooming into an enormous billowing cloud, slow and soft and silent, unfolding upward over hours and hours into the high atmosphere. Think of a single drop of ink released into a still glass of water. Watch how it blooms, sinking and curling and unfurling into slow, soft plumes, spreading gently through the water in graceful drifting clouds. There is no violence in it, only a slow, beautiful blossoming, opening quietly outward. Or think of a great cloud building on a summer horizon, seen in slow motion, rising and swelling and mushrooming gently upward, tower upon soft tower of cloud, blooming skyward so slowly that the eye can barely catch the motion. A vast, silent unfurling. Jupiter's deep ammonia blooms upward like that, slow towers of cloud rising from the depths and unfurling gently into the high sky, blossoming outward in silence over hours in the warm dark. Not a burst, a blooming. Let anything left in you bloom and rise and drift away that way now, slowly, softly, unfurling upward like ink in still water, like a slow cloud on a distant horizon, blossoming gently outward and then dissolving, thinning, fading into the high quiet until nothing is left but calm. Far below the clouds we can see, below the ammonia, below the high pale layers, there lies another kind of cloud, hidden deep in the giant. Clouds of water, dense, heavy water clouds, thick and enormous, resting far down in the warm dark where no telescope will ever find them. They are the deepest clouds of all and the most hidden. Above them lie layer upon layer of atmosphere, the high ammonia, the drifting haze, thousands of kilometers of sky. And beneath all of it, in the warm depths, these great dense water clouds gather, thick and quiet and vast, a hidden weather far below the visible one. Think of a deep mountain valley, filled to the brim with fog on a still morning. From the peaks above, you would see only the tops of the mist. But down in the valley itself, hidden beneath all that height, the fog lies thick and dense and still, filling the deep hollow, undisturbed, folded away from every eye above. A hidden weather, resting in the depths. Jupiter's deep water clouds are like that valley fog, thick and dense and hidden, gathered far below the surface we know, in the warm and quiet dark, the deepest weather of the giant, the most secret, the most still. Let yourself sink all the way down to them now, past the high clouds, past the ammonia, past the drifting layers and the slow, deep current, down to the deepest, densest, most hidden clouds of all, and rest there in that thick, warm stillness, beneath thousands of kilometers of sky, in the deepest quiet of the giant, where nothing above can reach you, and there is nothing at all left to do but rest. We spoke of the deep water clouds of Jupiter hidden far below the surface, but they are not a single layer. They come in stacks, several decks of water cloud, one above another, gathered at different depths in the warm interior, layer upon hidden layer. At one depth, a deck of cloud, a little lower, where the warmth and pressure shift, another. Lower still, perhaps another again. Not one hidden weather, but several, stacked gently down through the deep, each resting at its own quiet level. Think of a range of hills at dawn when the mist gathers in the valleys. In the lowest hollow, a thick layer of fog. On the slope above it, a thinner veil hanging at a different height. And higher still, a soft band of cloud caught against the ridge, layer upon layer of mist, stacked at different heights across the sleeping land, each one resting where the cool air holds it. Jupiter's deep water clouds are stacked like that morning mist, deck above deck, each floating at its own depth, gathered softly through the warm interior. A layered weather, hidden in the dark, one quiet cloud deck resting above the next. There is a deep calm in that stacking, each layer settled at its proper height, none disturbing the others, all of them resting quietly in their places. Order and stillness and softness, deck upon deck, down into the warm dark. Let yourself drift down through those stacked decks now, slowly, one at a time, sinking gently past one soft layer of cloud and resting a moment and sinking to the next, deeper and warmer and stiller with each one. Down through deck after deck of hidden cloud, settling softly, layer by layer, deeper into the quiet of the giant. The ammonia and the water in Jupiter's atmosphere are not only clouds, drifting and beautiful. They are also, in a quiet way, engines, the slow machinery that powers much of the giant's weather gently from within. When these substances rise and cool and gather into cloud, they release a soft warmth as they gather, a gentle heat quietly given off. And that warmth stirs the air a little, lifts it a little, keeps the slow weather turning. So the clouds are not only what the weather makes, they are also part of what makes the weather. Engines softly running deep in the giant. But do not picture anything loud or hot or straining. Picture instead a low fire in a hearth on a winter evening, burning gently, quietly, giving off a soft and steady warmth that fills the room and asks nothing in return. Or picture the quiet warmth of your own body at rest, the slow, steady engine of it, turning gently, keeping you warm without a sound, without effort, all through the night. Jupiter's clouds are engines like that low hearth, that quiet body, soft, slow, and warm, turning gently within the giant, releasing their small warmth into the deep, keeping the slow weather turning without haste or noise. There is comfort in an engine that runs so softly, one that warms and turns and sustains all on its own, quietly, in the dark, needing no tending. Let Let your own slow engine run gently that way now. The soft, steady warmth of you, turning quietly through the night, keeping you warm and calm and alive without any effort at all. Just the low, gentle burning deep within, warm as the clouds of the giant. Beneath some of Jupiter's storms, there rise great towers of moist, warm air, tall columns lifting slowly upward from the deep, carrying water and warmth up through the atmosphere in vast, patient pillars. We call them moist convective towers, slow towers of rising, humid air climbing gently from below. They build slowly, these towers. Warm, moist air gathers down in the deep and begins to rise and lifts higher and higher, cooling as it climbs, building a great soft column of cloud that reaches upward through the sky, tower upon tower, rising in the warm dark. Think of a great summer thunderhead seen from very far away on a still and hazy afternoon. From that distance, it does not rage. It simply stands, an enormous white tower of cloud, rising slowly into the high sky, building and swelling so gently that it seems almost still. Vast and soft and silent, climbing patiently upward on the warm air. Jupiter's moist towers rise like that distant thunderhead, great columns of humid air lifting slowly from the deep, building upward in soft, patient pillars of cloud. Seen from far enough away and slow enough, they are nothing but calm. Great, gentle towers rising quietly through the dark. Let something in you rise as slowly and softly now, lifting gently upward like warm, moist air climbing through the deep, building without effort, without haste, into a tall, quiet tower of calm. And then let it stand there, softly, high and still, and hold you, the way a great, slow cloud holds the last light of the day, quiet and warm and utterly at peace. High in Jupiter's storms, something strange and soft is born. Slushy little spheres of ammonia and water, soft, half frozen, part ice and part liquid, gather in the cold heights. Scientists have given them a gentle name, mush balls. Soft mush balls of ammonia slush forming high and then falling slowly down into the deep. They are not hard, sharp hail. They are soft, slushy, half melted, like the wet, heavy slush that gathers at the end of a snowfall, soft enough to hold in your hand. And as they form, high in the cold, they grow heavy and begin to fall, sinking slowly down through the atmosphere, carrying their ammonia and water gently into the warm depths below. As they fall, they carry the deep chemistry of the giant with them, bringing ammonia down from the heights into the depths, mixing and feeding the atmosphere as they sink. A soft, slow rain of slush, drifting downward through the dark, quietly rearranging the deep as it goes. Think of soft, wet snow, falling slowly on a windless night, the heavy, gentle kind, drifting straight down through the still air, each soft flake sinking quietly to the ground. There is nothing sharp in it, nothing driving, just a soft, slow falling, hushing the whole world as it settles. Jupiter's mushballs fall like that soft snow, slow and heavy and gentle, sinking quietly down through the giant, carrying their softness into the deep, a hushed, slushy falling far below the clouds. Let that soft falling settle over you now, a slow, gentle sinking, like heavy snow on a windless night, each soft flake drifting quietly down. Let yourself fall with it, slowly, softly, sinking down through the warm dark, hushed and heavy and calm, deeper and deeper into rest. Deep within Jupiter's clouds, where the mushballs form and fall and the moist air slowly turns, there is lightning. Not the sharp, close lightning of a summer storm overhead, but something softer and further and stranger, quiet flickers of light deep in the clouds, tied to that slow churning of ammonia slush in the dark. From far enough away, this deep lightning is a gentle thing, a soft glow blooming somewhere deep in the cloud and fading. Another elsewhere, softly lighting the dark and going quiet again. Silent, distant flickers, pulsing slowly in the deep weather of the giant. Think of heat lightning on a warm summer night, seen far off across the fields. Those soft, silent flashes low on the horizon, lighting the distant clouds from within, too far away to hear, too gentle to fear. You lie in the warm dark and watch them bloom and fade and bloom again, a slow, silent light show, somewhere far away, asking nothing of you but to be watched drowsily as you drift toward sleep. Jupiter's deep lightning flickers like that distant heat lightning, soft glows blooming deep in the clouds, silent and far, pulsing gently in the warm dark. Nothing near, nothing sharp, just a quiet, distant light, deep in the giant, flickering softly on and off in the dark. Let those far, soft flashes lull you now. Silent lightning, deep and distant, blooming and fading in the warm clouds far below. Watch them drowsily from your own safe place in the dark. There is nothing to fear in them, only a slow, soft, silent light pulsing gently far away, easing you down, flicker by fading flicker, into sleep, locked away in Jupiter's water, in all those hidden clouds and deep reserves. There is oxygen, and there is far more of it than you might expect. Compared to the sun, from which the giant was born, Jupiter is richly, generously enriched in oxygen. It holds more of it, gathered up and kept, than its parent star ever had to give. When Jupiter formed long ago, it did not simply take an even share of what was around it. It gathered, it collected, it drew in oxygen, held in ice, held in water, and kept it, storing away far more than a plain, even portion. And so, deep within, the giant is rich with it, more richly stocked than the sun itself. Think of a deep, well-filled pantry at the end of a good harvest, shelves stocked full, jars and stores gathered carefully away, far more laid up than a single season would need. A quiet abundance, kept safe in the cool and the dark, a richness gathered and held against all the long time to come. Jupiter is stocked like that pantry, richly, deeply supplied with oxygen, held safe in its water, far more than its share, gathered and kept in the deep dark of the giant. An abundance quietly stored away. There is a settledness in abundance like that, in knowing that the stores are full, the shelves are deep, that there is more than enough gathered safely away. Nothing lacking, nothing wanting. Just a deep, quiet plenty, kept safe in the dark. Let that sense of fullness, of enough, of plenty settle over you now, richly stocked, deeply supplied, wanting for nothing, resting easy in the abundant dark of the giant. And there may be more still. Some of what we have learned hints that Jupiter holds not merely a little more oxygen than the sun, but a great deal more, several times over perhaps. A vast hidden store of it, locked deep in water, far below the clouds, more than we ever thought to look for. Somewhere in the warm depths of the giant, There may be water beyond imagining, ocean's worth and more, held in the deep, a hidden reservoir of it filling the interior. Not visible, not measured directly, but hinted at, waiting quietly in the dark, an enormous store of hidden water and hidden oxygen deep within. Think of a hidden spring, deep beneath an old hillside, an underground well of water, dark and cool and vast, filling caverns you cannot see, holding far more than the small stream that trickles out into the light above. All that hidden water, gathered in the deep dark of the earth, patient and full and still. Jupiter may hold a hidden store like that, a vast deep reservoir of water, far greater than the surface ever shows, filling the interior of the giant, quiet and enormous and unseen. A secret ocean folded away in the dark. There is something wonderful in a hidden fullness, a great store of something precious, kept quietly out of sight, deep and safe and undisturbed. You do not have to see it to be soothed by it, just to know it is there, far below, a vast, calm, hidden reservoir filling the deep of the giant, patient and full and still. Let that hidden fullness hold you now, resting far above it, cradled over a secret ocean in the quiet dark. The storms of Jupiter are not shallow things painted on the surface. They have roots. The great swirling storms we see at the cloud tops reach down, not a little way, but hundreds of kilometers deep into the body of the giant, anchored far below the face they show us. What we see of a storm, then, is only its crown, only the top. Beneath the swirling surface, the storm continues downward, its roots plunging hundreds of kilometers into the warm dark, holding it steady, holding it deep. Think of an old tree standing alone in a wide field. Above the ground, its branches and its crown. But below, unseen, its roots reach down and out, nearly as far as the tree stands tall, anchoring it, feeding it, holding it steady against every wind. What you see is only half the tree. The rest is deep and hidden and holds everything up. Or think of an iceberg floating quiet in a cold sea. The gleaming part above the water is only a small crown of it. The great mass of it hangs below, deep beneath the surface, vast and silent and hidden in the dark water. Jupiter's storms are rooted like that tree, that iceberg, a crown at the surface, and beneath it, deep hidden roots reaching hundreds of kilometers down, anchoring the whole slow storm in the deep, steady, deep, held. There is a steadiness in things with deep roots. They do not topple. They do not blow away. They are held from far below by more of themselves than anyone can see. Let yourself be rooted like that now, a calm surface, and beneath it, deep, quiet roots reaching down and down into the warm dark, holding you steady, holding you safe, anchoring you gently into rest. The great red spot, Jupiter's most famous storm, a slow crimson eye turning for centuries, has roots we could not always see. But with radio eyes, with the gentle sight of microwaves that can peer beneath the clouds, we have learned to look below its surface, and there, hidden from ordinary light, we can see the great storm's roots reaching down into the deep. Our own eyes see only the top of it, the swirling red crown at the surface. But radio waves pass gently beneath and reveal what visible light never could, that the storm extends downward, far below its face, rooted deep in the atmosphere of the giant. Think of standing at the edge of a clear, still pond and putting on a pair of glasses that let you see beneath the surface. Suddenly, the water is no longer a bright mirror hiding everything below. It becomes clear, and you can see down into the quiet depths, to the roots of the reeds and the shapes resting on the soft floor. A hidden world, gently revealed, simply by learning to see in a different light. That is what radio eyes give us at Jupiter, a way to see beneath the bright surface of the great red spot, down to its hidden roots, quietly reaching into the deep. What was hidden becomes gently visible. What lay below the surface is softly revealed. There is something peaceful in that gentle seeing, in learning to look softly beneath the surface of things, and finding not something to fear, but only quiet depth and hidden roots resting calmly in the dark. Let yourself be seen that softly now, and let yourself see that softly too. Beneath every surface, only calm, only depth, only quiet roots resting in the warm dark. And rest there gently among them. From the great red spot, slow ripples rise. As the great storm turns, deep below, it sends gentle waves upward through the atmosphere, waves that climb high above the clouds into the calm, thin air of the upper sky, spreading softly outward as they go. We call them gravity waves, not waves of light or sound, but slow ripples in the air itself, rising from the storm below. They spread the way ripples spread on the surface of a still pond when a single stone is dropped into the quiet water. From the place where it falls, gentle rings move outward, one after another, smooth and even, widening softly across the whole surface until the entire pond is crossed by slow, expanding circles of calm motion. That is how the great red spot sends its waves upward, slow rings rising from the storm, spreading gently through the high atmosphere, one after another, softly widening into the quiet air above. A pond of sky rippled gently from below, its slow rings expanding outward and upward into the calm. There is nothing sharp in these waves, nothing crashing, just the slow, smooth spreading of gentle rings rising from the deep storm into the high, still air, softly, endlessly, one after another. Let those slow rings rise through you now, gentle waves spreading softly upward, one after another, smoothing everything they pass over, widening outward into calm, like rings on a still pond, rising from something deep and slow below, spreading gently through you and out into the quiet, carrying every last ripple of the day up and out and away, until the whole surface of you lies smooth and still and calm. The great red spot has turned for centuries, longer than anyone has been alive to watch the whole of it. And like all ancient things, it is slowly changing. In recent times, the great storm has been quietly drying, losing a little of its moisture, growing gradually more spare, settling slowly towards something calmer with the passing of the years. There is nothing sudden in it, nothing alarming. It is the slow, gentle change of a very old thing, softening with age, the way an ancient river narrows over long centuries, or an old pond draws slowly inward, season by season, growing quieter and more still. For hundreds of years this storm has turned, vast and full and slow, and now, ever so gradually, it is easing, drying, shrinking, quieting, in no hurry at all, not ending, just slowly settling, the way all old and patient things eventually settle into something smaller and calmer and more still. There is a peace in that kind of slow change, the gentle quieting of a thing that has turned for so very long. No struggle against it, no holding on, just an unhurried settling, a slow drying, a soft and patient winding down over spans of time so long that the change is almost too gentle to see. Let yourself settle that way too tonight, slowly, gently, in no hurry, quieting by soft degrees the way the great old storm quiets, letting a little of the day's fullness dry away, growing calmer and stiller and more spare, easing gradually toward rest, the way the ancient red storm eases, turning slowly, quietly in the deep dark of the giant. Deep within Jupiter, slow waves travel downward, gentle ripples that sink through the layers of the interior, moving quietly through the deep. These too are gravity waves, not the waves that rise into the high sky, but waves that reach the other way, sinking down, spreading through the dense inner body of the giant. They move slowly and softly through the deep, a gentle rise here, a gentle fall there, passing downward through the layered interior, like a slow swell moving through deep water, rocking each layer softly as it passes, and moving on, deeper and deeper into the dark. Think of a great, deep, still body of water, and a single slow swell moving down through it, not breaking, not churning, just a gentle rise and fall passing quietly through the depths, rocking everything it touches, softly as it goes. That is how these waves move through Jupiter's interior, a slow, deep rocking, sinking downward through the giant. There is nothing sharp in them, nothing jarring, only a gentle sinking rhythm, a soft rise and fall, passing quietly down through the deep, rocking the layers of the giant as it goes, a lullaby moving through the body of a world. Let that deep, slow rocking move through you now, a gentle wave sinking downward, rising and falling, rising and falling, passing softly through you and on into the deep, rocked layer by layer by a slow wave sinking through the giant, down and down into the warm dark, gently and endlessly into sleep. At the poles of Jupiter, where the great winds gather, there are cyclones, vast slow storms, turning at the top and the bottom of the world, and they are not scattered or random. They are arranged with a strange and lovely order into neat geometric patterns, into polygons gathered around a single central storm. At one pole, a ring of them, several great cyclones, evenly spaced, circling a single storm at the very center, like the points of a crown or the petals of a flower. At the other pole, another such arrangement, its own quiet geometry, its own even ring of storms around a still center. Think of the petals of a flower, arranged evenly around its heart, each one in its place, evenly spaced, held in a calm and natural symmetry. Or think of the points of a star, or the even sides of a snowflake, or a ring of candles set carefully around a single flame. A quiet, geometric order, arranged with care. Jupiter's polar storms are gathered like that, into even, geometric rings, each cyclone in its place, circling a calm center, holding a slow and steady pattern at the top and bottom of the giant. Not chaos, not disorder, geometry, symmetry, a calm arrangement of great slow storms. There is such peace in geometric order, in things arranged evenly, each in its place, held in quiet symmetry. Let your own thoughts arrange themselves that gently now, settling into an even, peaceful pattern, each one finding its place, gathered calmly around a single still center, like slow storms at the pole of a giant, holding their quiet geometry in the dark. It is worth resting a moment longer on this, because it runs so gently against what we might expect. Where the winds are strongest, at the very poles of the giant, where all that slow power gathers, you might imagine chaos, wildness, a tangle of storms crashing against one another. But there is no chaos there. There is order. The polar storms do not tangle or crash or scatter. They arrange themselves into calm, even shapes, into stable polygons, holding their geometry steadily, year after year, each storm keeping faithfully to its place in the ring. It is a little like the ordered patterns that form in nature when things are left to settle gently. The even cells of a honeycomb, each one a calm six-sided room, fitted neatly against its neighbors, or the cracks that form in slow, careful order across a dry lake bed, dividing it into even, quiet shapes, or the delicate, ordered arms of a snowflake, growing symmetric and calm out of the cold. Order arising softly, all on its own. Jupiter's poles hold order like that, a calm geometry where you might expect only wildness, stable polygons of slow storms holding their patterns steadily in the dark. The strongest place on the giant, and yet, somehow, one of the most ordered, power, arranged into peace. Let that be a comfort as you settle, that even where things feel strongest, most gathered, most intense, there can still be order underneath, that the deep pattern of things tends toward calm arrangement, toward gentle geometry, toward peace. Let your own strongest feelings settle into that kind of order now. Not chaos, but a calm, even pattern, holding steady and quiet in the dark. Within each of those polar cyclones, The winds turn swiftly, very swiftly. Around and around they go, at speeds of hundreds of kilometers in an hour, faster than any storm we know here on Earth. A great, quick turning, deep at the poles of the giant. And yet, this is the wonder of it. The cyclones themselves hold perfectly still. For all the swiftness of the winds within them, each great storm keeps its place, steady and calm, turning in the same spot year after year, part of that quiet geometric ring. Fast winds, held inside a steady, unmoving frame. Think of a child's spinning top, humming as it turns. Its edge races round so quickly it becomes a blur, and yet the top itself stands perfectly still, balanced, steady, almost motionless, its very swiftness holding it calm and upright in one quiet place. Or think of a potter's wheel spinning fast and smooth, and yet so steady, so balanced, that a cup of water set upon it would not spill a single drop. Jupiter's polar cyclones turn like that spinning top, that steady wheel, swift within and yet perfectly calm without. All that speed held inside a stillness, all that fast turning gathered into one steady, unmoving place, held quietly in its ring at the pole. There is a deep calm in that, in fast motion that holds itself perfectly still, in swiftness that becomes a kind of stillness. Let any swiftness left in you settle into that steadiness now, spinning if it must, but balanced and calm and held in one quiet place, so still at the center that all the speed simply melts into rest. The polar cyclones of Jupiter are gathered close together, pressed near to one another, edge nearly touching edge in their even rings. And you might think that storms so close would crowd and jostle and merge into one another. But they do not. They hold their places. Each keeps its own quiet space, steady and stable, neighbor beside neighbor, year after year. It is a delicate balance and a beautiful one. Many great storms packed closely together, and yet each one holding its ground, none overwhelming the others, all of them resting in a gentle equilibrium, evenly spaced and perfectly content to stay where they are. Think of soap bubbles gathered on the surface of still water, many of them pressed close together, edge against edge. Each one holds its round shape. Each one keeps its place. They rest against one another softly in a gentle, balanced cluster, none bursting, none merging, all of them held in a quiet equilibrium of their own. or think of smooth stones resting together at the bottom of a clear, still stream, each one settled into its own place, nestled close against its neighbors, all of them balanced and at rest, holding steady in the gentle current. Jupiter's polar storms rest together like those bubbles, those stones, close and balanced and stable, each one holding its quiet place in the ring year upon year. A gathering of great storms held in perfect, gentle balance at the pole. Let yourself rest in that kind of balance now, close and settled and held. Each part of you nestled quietly against the next, none crowding, none jostling, all of it resting in a gentle equilibrium, balanced and stable and calm, holding your own quiet place in the warm dark. What holds those polar storms so steadily in place year after year? Part of the answer lies far below them. The deep atmosphere of the giant reaches up and anchors them. The slow, deep flows beneath the poles, rooting the cyclones firmly, holding them steady from underneath. The storms we see at the surface are not floating free. They are anchored, held from below by the deep, tied down into the slow currents of the interior, steadied by all that quiet mass beneath them. The deep holds the surface. The interior anchors the storms. Think of a boat resting on a calm harbor, held steady by an anchor reaching down into the deep water below. However the surface may shift, the anchor holds, quietly, invisibly, from far beneath, keeping the boat calm and steady in its place. You would see only the boat resting easy on the water, but it is the deep and the anchor that keep it so still. Jupiter's polar storms are anchored like those boats, held steady from far below, rooted into the deep flows of the giant, kept calm and stable in their places by all the quiet weight beneath them. What we see resting so steadily at the surface is held quietly from the deep. There is such security in being anchored, held steady from below by something deep and quiet and strong, so that whatever stirs at the surface, you remain calm and rooted and safe. Let yourself be anchored that way now, held gently from far beneath, rooted into the deep, kept steady and calm and safe in your place, while everything above simply rests. There is a quiet mystery among Jupiter's cyclones, still unsolved, a gentle puzzle the scientists turn over softly, not yet knowing the answer. Some of these storms may be, in a sense, hollow at their depths, their centers strangely empty, still and open, deep down where no eye can follow. We do not fully understand it, and there is no need to. It is one of those soft, open questions that the giant keeps to itself, a hollow at the heart of a storm, a quiet emptiness in the deep, waiting patiently to be understood someday, and perfectly content to remain a mystery until then. Think of the hollow inside a bell before it is rung, that quiet, open, waiting emptiness, calm and still, holding nothing but silence, or the hollow of a reed through which the wind moves so gently, or the still, empty eye at the very center of a great slow storm, a place of perfect calm, hollow and quiet, in the middle of all that turning. Jupiter holds hollows like that, deep in its polar storms, quiet open centers, calm and still, a gentle mystery folded into the deep. And there is something restful in a mystery left gently unsolved, in not needing to know, in letting a quiet question simply be a quiet question, resting open and unanswered in the dark. Let yourself hold a soft hollow like that at your own center now, a quiet, open, empty calm, holding nothing, needing nothing, still as the inside of a bell before it is rung. An unsolved, unhurried quiet, deep at the middle of you, where there is nothing to fill and nothing to answer, only stillness, only rest. As you sink into Jupiter, there is no moment when the gas becomes liquid, no surface, no shoreline, no sudden line where one thing ends and the other begins. Instead, over a vast and gentle span, the gas simply grows slowly thicker and denser and more liquid until, without any sharp boundary at all, it has become a fluid, a gradual, seamless merging spread across thousands of kilometers. There is no splash, no edge, no place where you could say, here the sky ends and the sea begins. Only a slow, smooth thickening, gas easing imperceptibly into liquid across a depth so vast that the change is never anything but gentle. Think of dusk on a long summer evening, the way day eases into night. There is no single moment when it happens, no line you could point to. The light simply softens and deepens and fades so gradually that night arrives without ever announcing itself, and you could never say exactly when the day became the dark. A seamless, gentle passing of one thing into another, That is how Jupiter passes from sky to sea, like day easing into night, with no edge, no moment, no boundary at all. Just a slow, vast, gentle deepening, gas becoming liquid so gradually that there is never anything to cross, only a soft and endless sinking from one into the other. Let yourself pass that gently into sleep now, with no line to cross, no moment to mark, no edge between waking and rest. Just a slow, seamless deepening, like dusk easing into night, like gas easing into sea, waking, softening imperceptibly into sleep, so gradually, so gently, that you will never know the moment you slip across, only the deep and the dark and the rest. The deep of Jupiter is not simply gas, and not simply liquid, and not simply solid ice. It is all of them at once, in different places and different depths. A multi-phase system, the scientists say, where gas and liquid and soft ice all coexist together, mingling gently through the giant. Here, a wisp of gas, there, a drift of liquid, elsewhere, soft particles of ice or slushy half-frozen mush. All of them together, all at once, blended through the deep, not one single state of matter, but many, softly coexisting in the same great body. Think of a snowfall settling onto a quiet pond. There is the soft snow drifting down through the air. There is the still liquid water of the pond. There is the thin skin of ice forming gently at its edges. And there is the mist rising softly from the surface into the cold. Snow and water and ice and vapor all at once, all together in the same quiet winter scene. Many states of one simple thing, coexisting gently, side by side. Jupiter's deep is like that winter pond, gas and liquid and ice and mist, all mingling together through the giant, many phases at once, softly coexisting in the warm dark. Not one thing, many things, gently blended, resting together. There is a wholeness in that, in many different states existing peacefully together, none excluding the others, all of them belonging to the same quiet whole. Let your own many states rest together that way now, the drifting and the still, the light and the heavy, the waking and the sleeping, all coexisting softly, all part of one gentle whole, mingling quietly together, deep in the warm dark of the giant. Deeper still, far below the place where gas has become liquid, the hydrogen of Jupiter begins to change again, this time into something even stranger, a metal. But like every deep change in the giant, it does not happen all at once. There is no sudden line, no sharp threshold. The hydrogen becomes metallic slowly, gradually, over a vast span of depth, easing from one state into the next. You could sink for a very long way and never feel a boundary. The hydrogen would simply grow by slow degrees, more and more metallic, more and more able to carry a current, changing so gently over such a great depth that there is never any moment of crossing, only a slow and seamless becoming. Think of deep twilight, easing into the fullness of night. There is no instant when evening becomes truly dark. The last blue of the sky simply deepens and deepens, shade upon shade, until without any moment you could name, the deep dark has fully come. A slow, gradual deepening, with no edge anywhere. Jupiter's hydrogen turns to metal like that deepening night, slowly, seamlessly, over an immense span, one state easing gently into the next with no boundary to cross. Just a long, smooth transformation folded into the deep. Let yourself change that gently now, too. There is no moment you must cross into sleep, no threshold to step over, only a slow, seamless deepening, shade upon shade, like twilight easing into night, waking simply growing quieter and deeper and darker by soft degrees, until without ever knowing the moment, you have eased all the way down into rest. What could turn hydrogen, the lightest, gentlest, airiest of all things, into a shining liquid metal? Only weight, only the immense patient pressure of the giant, pressing down from thousands of kilometers of sky above. Deep in Jupiter, the weight of everything overhead grows so great, so crushing, that it changes the very nature of the hydrogen. Pressed hard enough for long enough, the airy gas becomes a dense, gleaming liquid metal, able to carry electric currents, able to give the giant its great magnetic field. The lightest thing in the universe, transformed by pressure alone into a metal. It is a little like the way deep pressure over long ages transforms things here on Earth. The way soft carbon, buried deep and pressed by the weight of the world, slowly becomes a diamond. Or the way loose sand, layered and pressed for ages beneath the sea, becomes solid stone. Pressure and patience and time, transforming the soft and simple into something wholly new. Jupiter transforms its hydrogen that way, not by heat, not by force, but by the slow, patient, enormous weight of itself, pressing down and down until the gentlest of gases becomes a gleaming metal in the deep. There is something quietly reassuring in that even the immense weight of the giant does not destroy, but transforms. That pressure, given time, makes something new and strange and beautiful. Let the weight you carry rest that way now, not crushing but transforming, pressing gently down until it becomes something quiet and settled and still. Let yourself sink under it softly, deep into the warm dark, and simply be changed gently into rest. Deep in the giant, there are heavier elements, the metals, the weightier substances gathered up when Jupiter was formed. You might expect them to have sunk and settled and gathered into a neat, dense core, a hard, heavy center with everything else layered above. But it may not be so simple or so separated. Instead, these heavier elements may be dissolved, mixed, and blended right through the deep interior, scattered evenly through the liquid metal rather than settled into a single hard layer. Not gathered apart, but mingled throughout, not separated, but dissolved, spread softly all through the deep. Think of a spoonful of sugar stirred into a cup of warm tea. At first it sits at the bottom, a separate heavy layer. But stir it gently and it dissolves, spreading evenly through the whole cup until it is everywhere at once and nowhere in particular, blended smoothly into the warmth. No longer a separate thing, but part of the whole. Jupiter's heavy elements may be dissolved like that sugar, spread evenly through the deep, mingled all the way through the giant. No sharp core, no hard separate center, just a soft, even blending of everything into everything, all the way down. There is a gentleness in that kind of blending. Nothing set apart, nothing walled off, everything mingled softly into everything else. Let yourself dissolve that way now, the heavy parts of you, the weighty cares of the day, not sinking to some hard, separate place inside you, but dissolving, spreading softly, thinning out and blending gently through you until they are everywhere and nowhere, mingled into calm, dissolved into the warm dark. Through most of Jupiter, hydrogen and helium mingle together freely, two gentle companions blended smoothly through the giant. But deep down, in the strange conditions of the interior, they begin to mix in more unusual ways. In certain depths, the helium no longer blends so easily with the hydrogen. The two begin, ever so gently, to part. It is a quiet, slow separation. Nothing sudden, nothing sharp. Just two companions who have traveled together for a very long time, beginning in the deep to drift a little apart, each finding its own way through the interior. Think of a glass of milk left to stand in the cool. For a long while it is one smooth blended thing. But given time and stillness, the cream begins to rise, gently separating, drifting slowly upward, while the rest settles below. No stirring, no haste, just a soft, patient parting, as each part quietly finds its own place. Jupiter's hydrogen and helium part like that, deep in the interior, slowly, gently, over vast stretches of depth and time. Two long companions easing softly apart, each drifting to where its own nature calls it. An unusual mixing, an unhurried separating, folded quietly into the deep. There is a softness even in this gentle parting. Nothing torn, nothing broken, just a slow and natural settling of each thing toward its own place. Let whatever needs to part in you part that gently now. No wrench, no struggle, just a soft and patient separating. Each thing drifting quietly to where it belongs, settling slowly, gently, into its own place in the warm dark. As the helium parts from the hydrogen, deep in the giant, it does something wonderful and strange. It gathers into droplets, tiny beads of liquid helium, and, being heavier, it begins to fall. A soft rain of helium forming in the deep and drifting slowly downward, falling gently through the liquid metal toward the center of the world. It is a rain like no rain we know, falling not through open sky, but through the dense, deep interior of a giant, thousands upon thousands of kilometers below the clouds. And yet it is a rain, truly, droplets forming and gathering and falling, slowly and endlessly, deeper into the dark. Think of a gentle rain on a quiet night, the soft, steady falling of it, drops forming and drifting down through the still air, the whole world hushed beneath its patient falling. There is such peace in a slow rain in the dark, the soft sound of it, the gentle, endless falling, the way it asks nothing of you but to lie still and listen. Deep in Jupiter, such a rain falls always, a slow, silent rain of helium, forming and falling through the deep, forever drifting downward toward the center. A quiet, endless rain in the warm, dark heart of the giant. Let that slow, deep rain fall through you now, soft droplets forming and drifting gently down, falling endlessly, quietly through the warm dark, like rain on a still night, asking nothing, only falling gently and forever, hushing everything beneath it. Let it fall and fall and carry you softly down with it, deeper and deeper into rest. That slow falling of helium deep in the giant does something quiet and warm. As the droplets fall, and as the whole vast planet slowly settles and presses inward upon itself, a gentle heat is released. Warmth given off softly from the falling and the pressing, warming the deep interior from within. So Jupiter warms itself, not from the distant sun so far away, but from its own slow inner workings, the gentle rain, the patient settling, the endless soft compression of its own great weight. A quiet, self-made warmth, glowing softly in the deep. Think of the warmth of your own body on a cold night, gathered under soft blankets. That warmth does not come from outside. It comes from within, from the quiet, ceaseless work of your own body, giving off its gentle heat, warming the small space around you until you are cocooned in your own warmth. A self-made warmth, soft and steady and yours. Jupiter warms itself like that from within, quietly, endlessly, its own deep workings giving off a soft and constant heat, glowing gently in the dark, long after the distant sun has done all it can. A giant keeping itself warm from the inside. Let yourself be warmed that way now, from within, softly, by your own quiet warmth, cocooned and gentle and safe. No need for anything outside, just your own soft heat gathered around you, glowing quietly in the dark, warming you from the inside out, deep and steady and calm, the way the giant warms itself in the endless dark. All the heat that Jupiter makes deep within, it holds. The vast interior of the giant acts as an enormous reservoir of warmth, a great deep store of heat, gathered and kept in the dense inner body, released only slowly, gently, over unimaginable stretches of time. The giant does not spend its warmth quickly. It hoards it softly, holding the heat deep inside, letting it seep out only by the slowest of degrees, so that the warmth gathered over ages lasts and lasts and lasts, glowing quietly in the deep across billions of years. Think of a heavy stone, warmed all day by a summer sun, and then carried indoors as the evening cools. Long after the sun is gone, that stone holds its warmth, releasing it slowly through the whole of the night. A gentle heat you can feel with your hand, radiating softly, patiently, for hours and hours. All that gathered warmth kept and given back slowly in the dark. Jupiter is a warm stone like that on the grandest scale, a vast deep reservoir of heat holding the warmth of ages, releasing it gently, glowing quietly in the cold and the dark, warm at its heart, across all the long, slow turning of time. Let yourself hold your warmth that way now, gathered deep, kept safe, released only slowly, glowing gently from within all through the night. A warm stone in the dark, a deep reservoir of quiet heat, holding you warm and calm and safe, hour after hour, deep into the warm dark of rest. And it is not only heat that the giant stores, but energy of every kind, gathered deep, held long, released with a patience that spans the ages. The deep of Jupiter is a reservoir for the long term, a great slow bank of energy, holding what it has gathered and giving it back over spans of time, almost beyond thinking. Nothing here is spent in haste. What Jupiter gathered when it formed long ago, it still holds, releasing it so slowly, so gently, that it will go on glowing and turning and warming for ages yet to come. A patience of energy, a slowness of giving, a store meant not for a moment, but for an eternity. Think of the embers of a great fire, banked low for the night. The flames are gone, but deep in the ash the embers glow, holding their warmth, giving it back so slowly that they will still be warm at dawn, hours and hours away. All that gathered heat, kept banked and patient, glowing softly through the whole long night. Jupiter is banked like those embers, but for ages instead of hours, its deep energy held low and patient, glowing softly across billions of years, in no hurry ever to be spent. A long, slow, ancient warmth, kept for the longest of nights. Let yourself bank your own energy that way now, not spent, not burned quickly, but held low and patient, glowing softly deep within, kept for the long night ahead. Nothing to use up, nothing to hurry, just a quiet, banked, ancient warmth, glowing gently in the deep, holding you softly all the way through to the morning. We have said that the deep interior of Jupiter turns like a single solid, evenly, uniformly all of one piece, and so it does. But it is not perfectly, absolutely still within that turning. Through the great uniform rotation, there run the faintest, subtlest waves, gentle oscillations, soft tremors of motion, rippling quietly through the turning body of the giant. They are small, these waves, barely there, delicate beyond measure. The deep still turns like a solid, calm and even. But laid over that great calm turning is the softest possible motion, a quiet shimmer, a faint, gentle rippling, running through the deep like the barely felt hum of a thing that is otherwise perfectly still. Think of a great bell slowly turning that has just been touched so gently that it does not truly ring, but only hums, the faintest soft resonance moving through the metal, a barely felt vibration beneath the stillness. Or think of a deep, still pool, so calm it seems like glass, with only the very softest tremor moving across it, a shiver too faint to break the calm. Jupiter turns like that humming bell, that trembling pool, solid and even and calm, with only the subtlest waves moving softly through it, a gentle shimmer beneath the great stillness, almost still, almost silent, but quietly, softly alive with the faintest motion. Let yourself be almost still that way now, calm and even and settled, like the solid turning of the giant, with only the softest motion left in you, the gentle rise and fall of your breath, the faint, quiet hum of a body at rest, almost perfectly still and quietly, softly alive, humming gently in the warm dark, turning slowly towards sleep. Those faint waves running through the deep of Jupiter form patterns, hidden patterns of motion, woven quietly through the giant, like the notes of a vast, slow, silent music. The whole planet, in a way, rings very softly, very slowly, with hidden waves that ripple through it in gentle, ordered shapes. We are only beginning to learn to listen for them. These quiet oscillations, these soft standing waves, moving through the body of the giant in patterns we cannot see, but can, with patient instruments, almost hear. Jupiter gently ringing in a music too slow and too deep for any ear. Think of a great bell struck once, long ago, and still faintly humming, its sound gone, but its soft resonance lingering, moving through the metal in gentle, hidden patterns. Or think of a string, plucked softly, holding its quiet note, the whole of it trembling in a smooth, even shape, a standing wave of gentle motion, a hidden music moving through a still thing. Jupiter holds a hidden music like that, soft waves rippling through its deep in quiet, ordered patterns, the whole vast giant gently ringing, endlessly and almost silently in the dark. A slow, deep, hidden song sung by a planet to no one in the warm dark of the interior. Let that hidden, gentle music move through you now, soft waves rippling quietly through you in slow, even patterns, the whole of you humming faintly, gently, like a bell long after it is struck, like a string holding its soft note. A quiet inner music, slow and deep and calm, ringing you softly, gently, all the way down into sleep. The deep of Jupiter keeps many kinds of time at once. Some of its motions are swift, winds turning in hours. Others are slow, great circulations turning over years. And some are slower still, the deep heat, the ancient settling, unfolding across billions of years. All of these clocks tick together at once in the same great body, a system of many timescales layered gently one within another. Nothing here runs on a single clock. The fast and the slow and the almost eternal all move together, side by side. The quick winds up near the surface, the patient circulation deep below, the ancient warmth deeper still, each keeping its own time, all of them turning together in the giant. Think of a piece of slow, gentle music where many rhythms move at once. A quick, soft pulse near the surface of the sound. Beneath it, a slower melody, unfolding gently, and beneath that, a deep, long, sustained note, holding steady through the whole piece, changing so slowly you barely notice it move. Many tempos layered together, all belonging to the same quiet music. Jupiter keeps time like that music, many rhythms at once, fast and slower still, all layered gently together, all turning in the same deep dark. A great slow symphony of timescales playing endlessly, softly in the giant. Let your own many rhythms settle together that way now. The quick pulse of your thoughts slowing, the gentle rhythm of your breath, unhurried, and beneath it all, the deep, slow beat of your resting heart, patient and steady, holding you through the night. Many rhythms layered softly together, all slowing, all settling into one quiet, deep, unhurried music, carrying you down into sleep. Jupiter is wrapped in magnetism, a vast, invisible field reaching out far beyond the planet into space. We once imagined it might be simple, a smooth, even field, tidy and symmetric, like the field of a plain bar magnet. But when we came close and looked, we found something far richer and more intricate. The magnetic field of Jupiter is beautifully complex. It is not smooth or plain or even. It is woven and patterned and intricate, full of subtle structure, gathered here, thinned there, wandering in delicate shapes across the giant, a far more elaborate weaving than anyone expected, hidden in the invisible. Think of marbled paper, the kind made by floating swirls of color on water and lifting them gently onto the page. No two patterns are ever the same, and each is intricate beyond planning, full of soft swirls and delicate veins winding gently through one another. Not a simple design, but a rich, flowing, intricate one, lovely in its complexity. Jupiter's magnetism is woven like that marbled paper, intricate, flowing, delicately patterned, far richer than the simple field we once imagined. A great invisible tapestry wrapped softly around the giant, more beautiful for being complex. There is no need to trace the pattern or hold its shape. Just let the sense of it settle over you. A soft, intricate weaving wrapped gently around you, full of quiet, delicate structure. And rest inside it, held in an invisible, intricate tapestry, woven softly around you in the warm dark, complex and calm and gently enfolding. Somewhere near Jupiter's equator, hidden in the magnetism rather than the clouds, there lies a great, quiet patch, a place where the magnetic field gathers, deep and strong and concentrated. In the maps we make of the invisible field, it glows a deep blue, and so it has a gentle name, the Great Blue Spot. Not a spot you could ever see with your eyes, a spot of magnetism, deep and still. And around it, the field is gathered more richly in one hemisphere than the other, stronger here, softer there, an asymmetry woven through the whole invisible field. The giant's magnetism is not evenly spread. It pools and gathers in quiet patches like the great blue spot, deep and concentrated in their places. Think of a great still lake at twilight, its water a deep, calm blue, and imagine, in one quiet corner of it, the water gathering deeper still, a pool of the deepest blue of all, calm and dark and concentrated, holding the last of the light. A quiet gathering of depth in one still place. Jupiter's great blue spot is a gathering like that, a deep, calm pool of magnetism, concentrated near the equator, glowing softly blue in the maps of the invisible. A still, deep place in the great field, quiet and gathered and calm. Let yourself gather gently toward one deep, still place now, the way the field pools into that quiet blue spot. All of you drawing softly inward toward one calm, deep, concentrated stillness at your center. A great blue quiet gathered deep within you, still and dark and calm, holding you gently in the warm dark. Where is Jupiter's magnetism born? We once imagined it must come from very deep, from the far interior, near the center of the giant. But it seems the field may be made higher up than that, nearer the surface, in a shallower region than we thought. And it is made not evenly, but in patches. Here a place where the magnetism wells up strongly, there a quieter place, scattered gently across the giant. So the great invisible field is born not in one deep central place, but in a shallower, patchy layer, a scattered gathering of places, each quietly generating its share of the magnetism, all across the giant. Not one deep source, but many soft, shallow ones spread patchily through the upper interior. Think of a wide meadow after rain, where springs rise here and there from the ground. Not one deep well at the center, but many small, shallow springs scattered across the field, each bubbling up gently in its own place, together feeding the whole quiet stream. A patchy, shallow, scattered source spreads softly across the land. Jupiter's magnetism rises like those scattered springs from a shallow, patchy layer, welling up gently here and there across the giant, together weaving the great invisible field. Not deep, not central, just soft, scattered, shallow places, quietly giving rise to the whole. There is a gentleness in a thing that rises from many soft, shallow places, rather than one deep, forced source. Let whatever rises in you rise that way now, not from some deep, effortful center, but softly from many quiet, shallow places, gently and without strain, welling up calm and scattered and easy into the warm dark of rest. It is worth resting a moment on how near the surface this magnetism is made, for it changes the shape of the giant in our minds. We had imagined the field forming far, far down, near the very heart of Jupiter, but the region that makes it may lie much higher, much closer to the clouds than we ever supposed. The magnetism, then, is not a deep and distant thing. It is closer than we thought, welling up from nearer the surface, born in an upper layer of the giant, closer to the light and the clouds than to the far and hidden center. The invisible field is made near at hand, not far away. Think of the roots of a great, broad tree. You might imagine they plunge straight down, deep into the earth, reaching far below. But many trees are not rooted that way at all. Their roots spread wide and shallow just beneath the surface, holding the whole great tree steady from close to the top of the soil, nearer than you would ever guess. Jupiter's magnetism is rooted like those shallow, spreading roots, nearer the surface than the deep, welling up from close at hand, made in an upper layer of the giant rather than its distant heart. Close and shallow and gentle. There is comfort in a thing that comes from close at hand rather than far away. Let whatever holds you steady tonight come from near and shallow and gentle, not some deep, distant, effortful place, but something close and easy, welling softly up just beneath the surface, holding you calm and steady in the warm dark, near and gentle and safe. How does a planet make magnetism at all? Jupiter does it by turning. Deep in the giant, the metallic fluid, that gleaming liquid metal we sank through, moves and flows as the whole planet spins, and a conducting fluid, moving and turning, quietly generates magnetism, a great slow generator spinning in the deep. The scientists call it a dynamo, a turning, flowing fluid that weaves a magnetic field simply by moving. So the magnetism is made by motion, by the slow, endless turning of the conducting deep. As the giant spins and the metallic fluid flows within it, The field is woven gently and continuously out of nothing but movement, a quiet, ceaseless weaving born of the turning itself. Think of an old water wheel by a slow stream, turning gently, ceaselessly as the water flows past. Its turning does quiet work, grinding grain or drawing water or spinning a slow generator, simply by moving patiently without pause. The motion itself does the work gently and endlessly. Jupiter is a great slow water wheel like that, turning in the deep, its endless spinning quietly weaving the magnetism, doing its patient work simply by moving on and on, without effort, without pause, in the warm dark. Let some quiet motion in you do its gentle work that way now. The slow turning of your breath, the soft rhythm of your resting body, weaving calm simply by continuing gently and endlessly without effort. A slow inner wheel turning quietly in the dark, making rest out of nothing but its own gentle motion, on and on, into sleep. The magnetism of Jupiter is not idle. Deep down, where the fluid conducts and the field runs strong, the magnetism reaches out and gently guides the flows, steering the deep currents, shaping their paths, quietly influencing the way the great winds move. The invisible field, softly steering the visible motion, so the deep winds do not move entirely freely. They are gently guided here and there by the magnetism threaded through them, nudged softly along certain paths, eased gently around others, shaped by an invisible hand that asks but never forces. Think of iron filings scattered on a sheet of paper with a magnet held quietly beneath. The filings gather and turn and arrange themselves gently along the invisible lines of the field, not pushed, not forced, just softly drawn into graceful curves, following unseen paths they cannot resist and do not fight. A quiet ordering by an invisible hand. Jupiter's deep flows are guided like those filings, eased gently along the invisible lines of the magnetism, following unseen paths through the deep, shaped softly by a field they cannot see. A quiet steering in the warm dark. Let yourself be guided that gently now, not pushed, not forced, but eased softly along, drawn gently toward rest by something quiet and invisible, the way filings follow the field, the way deep currents follow the magnetism. no effort of your own, just a soft, unseen guiding, easing you gently along the quiet path down into sleep. Deep in Jupiter, where the fluid begins to conduct, the magnetism does something gentle to the winds. It slows them. As the deep currents move into the conducting region, the magnetic field takes hold of them softly and eases them to a stop. We call this magnetic drag, but it is not harsh. It is a gentle slowing, a soft bringing to rest, deep in the giant. This is part of why the deep winds fade, why the great streaming currents quiet down at depth. The magnetism reaches them and gently slows them and lets them settle, easing all that motion softly towards stillness, deep in the warm dark. Think of walking into the shallows of a calm sea. On the sand, you move quickly, easily, but as you wade into the water, it gathers softly around your legs and slows you, gently, each step a little slower, a little easier, until you come naturally to a stop, held quietly by the water, at peace, not stopped harshly, just eased softly into stillness. Jupiter's deep winds are slowed like that, waded gently into the magnetism, eased softly to a stop, brought quietly to rest by an invisible, gentle drag. All that motion, softly slowed, settling calmly into stillness in the deep. Let yourself be slowed that gently now, the way water slows a wading step, the way magnetism slows the deep winds. Each moment a little slower than the last, each breath a little easier, all your motion easing softly, gently towards stillness, brought quietly to rest by something calm and invisible, deep in the warm dark. Slower and softer and stiller into sleep. Woven deep into the giant, there are hidden magnetic signatures, quiet markings in the field, patterns and traces folded deep in the interior, hidden from every ordinary eye. Signs of the deep, written in magnetism, waiting patiently to be read. They are secret, these signatures, buried in the invisible, deep in the giant, telling of flows and structures far below that we can only just begin to sense. Hidden writing in a language of magnetism, folded quietly into the deep. Think of the grain in a piece of old wood, the fine hidden lines running through it, telling the whole quiet story of its slow growing, the wet years and the dry, the seasons of ease and the seasons of struggle. all written softly in patterns within the wood, hidden until you look closely. A secret history folded into the grain. Jupiter holds hidden signatures like that wood grain. Quiet magnetic patterns folded deep within, telling the story of its deep flows in a language we are only learning to read. Secret markings woven softly into the invisible, deep in the warm dark. There is something peaceful in hidden things that ask nothing of you. Secret patterns folded quietly away, telling their story softly to no one, needing neither to be read nor understood. Let your own depths hold their quiet signatures that way now, folded softly away, hidden and calm, telling their gentle story to no one, resting undisturbed in the warm dark. Nothing to read, nothing to solve, only quiet, hidden depth, resting. Jupiter's magnetic field is not fixed. Over the years, it changes, slowly, gently, wavering and shifting by tiny amounts, drifting into new shapes across long spans of time. And these slow waverings are not random. They are the echo of the deep flows below, changing far down in the giant, quietly writing their changes into the field above. So when the field shifts ever so slightly, it is telling us something, that deep down the currents have moved, the flows have shifted, the hidden interior has turned a little differently than before. The gentle wavering of the magnetism above is the soft echo of slow change below. Think of the surface of a still pond and the reflection of the trees held upon it. When the reflection wavers softly, when the shapes shift and shimmer gently, you know, without looking, that something has moved in the deep. A slow current, a soft stirring far below the surface. The wavering above tells quietly of the moving below. Jupiter's field wavers like that reflection, its soft, slow shimmering telling gently of the deep currents shifting far below, the invisible surface echoing the invisible deep. A quiet wavering, a soft, slow change, mirroring the slow turning of the hidden interior. Let yourself waver and settle that gently now. The soft surface of you shimmering quietly, echoing some slow, deep change within, easing gradually toward stillness. Nothing sudden, nothing sharp, just a gentle wavering softening slowly into calm as the deep of you settles and the surface stills and everything grows quiet and comes at last to rest in the warm dark. Far above Jupiter, where the magnetism meets the thin high air, the great auroras glow. Vast curtains of light at the poles shimmering softly in the dark, and they are fed by currents, flowing streams of energy that travel down along the invisible field lines toward the poles, kindling the light, not by a single path, but by many. The auroral currents flow along countless routes at once, branching and winding down toward the poles along many gentle ways, like a great watershed where many streams and tributaries wind down from the hills, each by its own path, all of them gathering at last toward the same low place. The auroral currents flow down along their many routes from far out in the magnetism, converging softly at the poles to light the shimmering curtains there. Think of rain falling across a wide range of hills, and all the little rivulets it makes, each finding its own winding way downhill, branching and joining, threading down through the folds of the land, all of them flowing gently toward the same quiet valley below. Many paths, one destination, many streams softly gathering. Jupiter's auroral currents flow like that watershed of rain, down along many winding paths through the invisible field, gathering softly at the poles, kindling the great slow curtains of light. Many gentle routes, all leading quietly to the same soft glow. Let your own thoughts flow that way now, down along many gentle paths, each finding its own winding way, all of them converging softly toward the same quiet place. Rest. No single road you must find, just many soft paths, all sloping gently downward, all leading in their own time to the same still valley of sleep. Jupiter's auroras breathe. They do not simply shine, steady and fixed. They pulse, brightening slowly and softly dimming and brightening again in gentle cycles over and over, like the slow breathing of the great glowing curtains at the poles, a rhythm of light rising and falling endlessly in the dark, brighter and softer, fuller and fainter. The auroral light swells and eases in a slow, steady rhythm, a breathing of brightness in and softening again and again without end. There is no more soothing rhythm than a breath, and here is a whole world breathing light, the great curtains at the poles slowly brightening and dimming, swelling and easing, in a rhythm as gentle and as steady as the breath moving softly in and out of your own resting body. Jupiter breathes its auroras in the dark, a slow, patient pulse of light, rising and falling forever at the poles, glowing and softening, glowing and softening, endlessly gentle, endlessly calm. Let your breath fall into that same slow rhythm now. Breathe in softly, like the aurora's brightening, a gentle swelling of light, and breathe out slowly, like the aurora's dimming, an easy softening into the dark, in and out, brighter and softer. Let your breath and the breathing of the giant's light move together now, slow and gentle and even, rising and falling, carrying you softly down towards sleep. High above Jupiter's clouds, at the very edge of the atmosphere, there is a thin, shimmering layer, the ionosphere, where the high air glows faintly, charged by the light of the distant sun and the energy from above. And this high layer is never quite the same from place to place, or moment to moment. It is variable and patchy, shifting gently, thinning here, gathering there, a soft, changing veil at the top of the world. It drifts and shimmers and rearranges itself softly, always. A patchy, shifting glow, high and thin, at the very edge of the giant, never fixed, never still, always gently changing, like a veil stirred by the faintest breath of air. Think of a thin veil of high cloud on a quiet evening, drifting slowly across the last of the light, gathering into soft patches here, thinning into gaps there, shifting gently as it drifts, never quite the same from one moment to the next. A delicate, changing, shimmering veil, high in the calm sky. Jupiter's ionosphere shimmers like that high veil, thin and patchy, and always gently shifting, a soft, changing glow at the very top of the atmosphere, drifting quietly in the dark. Nothing fixed, nothing forced, just a delicate, shifting shimmer, high above the deep. Let yourself be soft and shifting and unfixed that way now, not needing to hold any any single shape, not needing to stay the same, just drifting gently, shimmering softly, changing and settling and changing again, like a thin, high veil at the edge of the sky, delicate and gentle and free to drift, high and soft in the quiet dark. On the night side of Jupiter, the half turned away from the distant sun, wrapped in its own deep dark, there is a glow, a soft, warm glow, unseen by ordinary eyes, shining in the infrared, in the gentle warmth just beyond the reach of sight. The high air glowing quietly with its own warmth all through the long night side of the giant. It is something of a mystery, this glow, a warmth in the night that we do not fully understand, lingering where we might expect only cold and dark. But there it is, a soft, quiet, warm glowing, all across the night side, gentle and steady and unexplained. Think of the embers of a fire, deep in the night, long after the flames have gone. You cannot see much light from them, only a soft, deep, warm glow in the dark, felt more than seen, holding the night's warmth quietly, steadily, all through the long, dark hours. A gentle warmth, glowing softly where you might expect only cold. Jupiter's night side glows like those embers, a soft, warm, quiet light in the dark, gentle and steady and mysterious, holding warmth through the long night of the giant. A hidden glow, warm in the cold, calm in the dark. Let that soft, warm glow be in you now, through your own night, a gentle warmth, glowing quietly deep within, felt more than seen, holding you warm through the long, dark hours. Nothing bright, nothing sharp, just a soft, steady, mysterious warmth, glowing gently in your own night, like embers in the dark, keeping you calm and warm and safe, all the way through to the morning. At the very heart of Jupiter, there is a core, but not the hard, sharp, solid center you might imagine. Instead, the giant's core is soft-edged and diluted and fuzzy, a gentle, gradual heart with no clear boundary, no firm surface, blending slowly outward into the deep around it. There is no place where you could say, here the core begins. It simply gathers, gradually, the heavier material growing slowly more concentrated toward the center, thinning gently outward with no sharp edge anywhere. A soft, diffuse fuzzy heart melting gently into the giant around it. Think of a soft glow of candlelight in a dark room. There is no edge to it, no line where the light stops and the dark begins. It simply fades gently, gradually, from bright at the center to soft at the edges, blending seamlessly into the dark all around, with no boundary anywhere. A soft-edged, gentle glow melting into the dark. Jupiter's core is like that soft glow, a fuzzy, diffuse heart, brightest and heaviest at the center, fading gently outward with no edge at all, melting softly into the deep of the giant. Not a hard stone, a soft, gradual, gentle heart. Let your own center be soft-edged that way now, not a hard, tight knot, but a gentle, diffuse warmth, gathered softly at your core and fading gently outward, with no sharp edges anywhere. A soft heart melting gently into calm, blending seamlessly into rest, like candlelight fading into the dark. We often imagine a planet as an onion, neat layers nested one inside another, each with its own sharp edge, shell within shell within shell, all the way to a distinct center. It is a tidy picture, but Jupiter is not built that way. The giant has no crisp shells, no sharp-edged layers stacked neatly one inside the next. Instead, everything blends. One region eases gently into the next, with no firm boundaries, no clean divisions, a smooth, gradual gathering from the outside in, more like a wash of color than a stack of shells. Not an onion with its distinct peeling layers, but something softer and more continuous and more gently blended. Think of a watercolor painting of an evening sky, the way the colors blend from pale gold at the horizon, up through soft rose into deep blue overhead. There are no lines between them, no edges. Each color melts gently into the next, blending seamlessly so that you could never point to the place where one ends and another begins. A smooth, continuous wash with no boundaries at all. Jupiter is blended like that watercolor sky, no sharp shells, no onion layers, just a smooth and gentle gathering from the surface to the core, each region melting softly into the next, continuous, seamless, gently whole. Let yourself be seamless that way now, not divided into sharp layers, not stacked into separate parts, but blended gently and continuously, one soft region easing into the next, all of you flowing together like colors in a watercolor sky. No edges, no divisions, just one smooth, gentle, continuous calm melting softly into sleep. Even at the very heart of Jupiter, in that soft, fuzzy, diluted core, there may be gentle motion. The core may be, in part, convective, stirring slowly, turning over softly, warm material rising and cooling and sinking again, even there, deep at the center of the giant, the heart of the world gently stirring. It is the slowest, deepest motion of all, a soft turning over at the very center, patient beyond patience, warm and quiet and gentle. Even the core does not lie perfectly frozen and still. It breathes in its way, a slow, deep stirring at the heart of the giant. Think of a pot of something warm, set to the lowest possible heat, so gentle it never comes near to boiling. Look closely, and you can just see it, the faintest slow movement deep within, a soft rising here, a gentle settling there, the warmth turning over so slowly and so quietly that it is almost stillness, but not quite. A gentle, living warmth stirring softly at the deepest place. Jupiter's core may stir like that, a soft, slow, gentle turning at the very heart of the giant, warm and quiet and patient, the deepest and slowest motion in all the world. Even the center, gently alive. Let your own deepest center stir that gently now, not frozen, not held rigid, but softly, warmly alive, turning over slowly and quietly, the way your heart beats gently on through the night, the way your breath rises and falls even in the deepest sleep. A soft, warm, living stillness at your core, gently stirring, gently alive, deep in the warm dark, all through the night. Through the deep of Jupiter, the material is not all of one heaviness. Here it is a little denser, there a little lighter. Hidden variations in density run softly through the interior, gentle differences in weight folded quietly into the deep, unseen and calm. These variations are subtle and hidden, soft gatherings of the heavier, soft thinnings of the lighter drifting gently through the giant, not sharp, not sudden, just quiet differences in density, woven softly through the deep, like currents you cannot see. Think of a deep, clear lake where the water is warmer near the top and cooler far below. Layers and pockets of different weight drifting gently through the depths, invisible to the eye, but there, all the same, felt softly if you sank down through them. Currents of warmth and cool, of light and heavy, woven quietly through the still water. Jupiter's deep is woven with variations like that lake, hidden pockets of denser and lighter material, drifting gently through the interior, soft and unseen and calm. Quiet differences in weight, folded softly into the deep dark. Let yourself hold your own quiet variations that gently now, the lighter parts and the heavier, the places of ease and the places of weight, all drifting softly through you, none of them sharp, none of them sudden, all of them gentle and hidden and calm. A soft weaving of light and heavy folded quietly into you, drifting gently as you sink deeper and deeper into rest. Deep in Jupiter, the giant remembers its interior, its layers, its structure, the arrangement of its deep material holds a quiet record of the things that have happened to it over the long ages of its life. The past is not lost. It is kept gently folded into the deep. Every slow change, every great event of the giant's long history has left its soft mark within, a trace in the deep structure, a memory held quietly in the body of the world. Jupiter carries its own long story inside itself, remembered in the arrangement of its depths. Think of the rings within an old tree, each one a year of its life, kept quietly in the wood. The dry years and the wet, the gentle seasons and the hard, all held softly in the rings. A whole, long life remembered, folded into the heart of the tree. Nothing forgotten, everything kept gently within. Jupiter remembers like that old tree, its long history folded softly into its depths. Every slow event kept quietly within. A whole vast past held gently in the body of the giant. The deep remembers. The past is safe, kept warm in the dark. There is a deep comfort in being remembered, in having your story kept safe within you. Let your own past rest quietly inside you that way, now, not needing to be revisited or sorted or held on to tightly, just kept gently, folded softly into your depths like rings in old wood, safe and quiet and whole. Everything you have lived held gently within, resting calm in the warm dark, while you sink softly into sleep. And the oldest memory of all, held deepest within the giant, is the memory of its own beginning. Deep in Jupiter's structure, in the arrangement of its core and its deepest layers, there remains a quiet record of how it formed, of the long ago time when it first gathered itself together out of the dust and gas of the young solar system. The giant remembers its own birth. That first ancient story is folded deepest of all, the oldest layer of memory, kept safe at the very heart, telling of the beginning, of the slow gathering, of the birth of a world. Billions of years have passed, and still, deep within, the giant holds the gentle memory of how it came to be. Think of the oldest, deepest ring at the very center of an ancient tree, the first year of its life, from when it was only a small green shoot, kept safe now at the core, wrapped round and round by all the years that came after. The very beginning held gently at the heart, protected by everything that grew around it. Jupiter holds its beginning like that innermost ring, the memory of its birth kept safe and deep at the core, wrapped round by all the ages since, protected and quiet and whole. The oldest story held gently at the heart of the giant in the warm dark. Let your own beginnings rest gently at your core that way now. The oldest, deepest, quietest part of you, kept safe and warm at the center, wrapped round and protected by everything you have become. Nothing to remember, nothing to reach for, just a soft, ancient calm at your very heart, held safe in the warm dark. The way the giant holds the gentle memory of its birth, resting quietly deep within as you drift down into sleep. That soft, fuzzy, blended heart we found at Jupiter's center, the diluted core with no sharp edge, has quietly quietly changed the story we tell of how the giant was born. We once imagined a simple beginning, a hard core forming first, and then gathering its great envelope of gas around it, neat and ordered layer by layer. But a fuzzy core tells of something gentler and more mingled than that. Perhaps the giant did not form in tidy stages, but grew more softly, its heart and its envelope blending together from early on, mixing gently, never fully separating. The soft core we found asks us to imagine a softer birth, a slow, gentle, mingled coming together, rather than a sharp assembling of separate parts. It is like returning to a story you thought you knew, and finding it was gentler all along than you remembered, the beginning softer, the edges blurrier, the whole thing more woven together than the tidy version had it. Not a sharper story, a gentler one. Jupiter's soft heart gives us a gentler story of its birth, a slow, blended gathering, mingled from the start, growing softly together into the giant we know. A beginning without hard edges, a birth as gentle as the core it left behind. There is comfort in a gentle beginning, in the thought that even the greatest things may come together softly, without sharp edges, mingling quietly into being. Let that gentleness settle over you now, the sense that you too came together softly, gathered gently into being, blended and whole, with no hard edges anywhere. A soft beginning, resting quietly at your core in the warm dark. Jupiter does not turn alone. Around it move its moons, great and small, near and far, and its faint, delicate rings circling quietly in the dark. And these companions are not merely passengers. They tug ever so gently at the giant, their soft pull reaching in and touching even the deep interior. The moons and the giant holding one another across the emptiness in a gentle, endless embrace. Each moon, as it circles, raises the faintest of tides within Jupiter, a soft swelling, a gentle rising and falling, called forth by the quiet pull of a distant companion. And the giant, in turn, holds the moons close, keeping them in their slow orbits. A family, bound together by gravity, each gently holding the others, turning together through the dark. Think of the moon and the sea. Here distant moon reaches across all that empty space and lifts the tides gently, endlessly, the whole ocean rising and falling in answer to a quiet pull from far away, a soft conversation between distant things carried on forever across the dark. Jupiter and its moons hold such a conversation, a gentle tugging back and forth, tides raised and orbits held, companions reaching across the emptiness to touch one another, softly, endlessly, turning together through the dark, never alone, always gently held. Let yourself feel gently held that way now, not alone, but bound softly to the things around you, held in a quiet embrace that reaches across every distance, like the giant and its moons, like the moon and the sea, a soft, endless holding, gentle and sure, keeping you safe in your place, turning quietly through the warm, dark, never alone. One of Jupiter's moons, Io, is restless and warm, and it breathes a faint haze of material out into space as it circles, and that material spreads into a great, soft ring around the giant, a torus, a gentle, glowing halo of gas, circling Jupiter along the path of the little moon. And when we looked closely at the cooler part of this ring, we found it held a surprising, delicate structure, softer and more intricate than we had expected. It circles quietly, this ring, a faint, glowing wreath of material wrapped around the giant, drifting slowly along with the moon that feeds it. A soft halo in the dark, gently structured, quietly circling, endlessly. Think of a soft ring of mist rising from a still pond at dawn, curling gently into a loose, glowing wreath above the water, delicate and drifting and softly shaped, hanging quietly in the cool morning air. A gentle halo, circling softly, holding its faint shape in the calm. Jupiter wears a soft ring like that, a faint glowing torus of gas, wreathed around the giant along Io's path, delicate and quietly structured, drifting slowly in the dark. A gentle halo, circling endlessly, calm and soft. Let yourself be softly encircled that way now, wrapped gently in a quiet halo of calm, a soft glowing ring drifting slowly around you, delicate and warm and still. Nothing sharp, nothing rising, just a gentle wreath of quiet circling softly around you in the warm dark, holding you calm within it, For the first time, we caught something faint drifting out from Eo's thin atmosphere, single atoms wandering gently away from the little moon, out into the space around the giant. It was a first, a delicate discovery, sensing for the very first time these faint atoms slipping quietly out from Eo's wispy air, drifting free into the dark. They are the softest of things, these wandering atoms, so faint, so few, so gentle that we had never sensed them before. And now, for the first time, we have, catching the quiet drift of them away from the moon, a soft new thing, gently discovered. It is a little like the first time you catch the faint scent of something on the evening air, so soft you are not sure at first that it is there at all. And then you are, a gentle, delicate presence, sensed for the very first time, drifting quietly toward you on the still air. A soft, new discovery, gently arriving. Jupiter gave us a discovery like that faint scent, the first sensing of gentle atoms drifting out from Io. A soft new thing, delicately found, wandering quietly in the dark around the giant. A first, gentle and quiet and new. There is a soft wonder in first discoveries, in sensing gently something long unseen, drifting quietly into knowing for the very first time. Let yourself drift towards sleep with that same soft wonder now, something gentle and new, arriving quietly, sensed softly at the edge of knowing, drifting toward you through the warm, dark, delicate and calm and new. Among Jupiter's moons is Europa, a world of ice, wrapped in a smooth frozen shell, with a hidden ocean far below. And on its icy surface, something quiet and wonderful happens. Oxygen is made. The ice, touched by the energy that streams around the giant, quietly gives up oxygen. Breath, born from frozen water, made softly on the surface of a distant moon. And we measured it directly for the first time, watching the ice quietly breathe out its oxygen into the dark. It is a gentle making, no fire, no rush, just the slow, quiet production of oxygen from ice, drifting softly up from the frozen surface of Europa, a thin breath of a world made of frozen water. And now we have felt it directly, this quiet breathing of the ice. Think of frost on a cold window at dawn, and the way it softens as the day's first warmth arrives, the ice giving something back to the air, gently, without a sound, a soft, silent exchange between ice and air, unfolding quietly in the still morning. Europa breathes like that softening frost, its ice giving up oxygen quietly to the dark. A gentle breath born from frozen water, drifting softly up from the surface of the moon. A quiet making of breath in the cold and the dark. Let your own breath be that gentle now, soft and quiet and slow, arising without effort, like oxygen drifting softly from the ice of Europa. Each breath a quiet making, a gentle giving, arising on its own in the warm dark. Nothing to force, nothing to do, just the soft, quiet breathing of you, gentle as ice softening at dawn, carrying you slowly down into sleep. The greatest of Jupiter's moons, Ganymede, larger even than some planets, wears a thin veil of oxygen around itself, a faint atmosphere circling the great moon. And when we looked closely, we found there was more of it than we had thought, a richer, fuller veil of oxygen than anyone expected, wrapped softly around the moon. It is only the thinnest of atmospheres, far too faint to breathe, far too soft to see. But it is there, and richer than we guessed, a gentle veil of oxygen wrapped quietly around Ganymede, softer and fuller than we had imagined, circling the great moon in the dark. Think of the faintest breath of mist that gathers around a cool stone on a still morning, so thin you might miss it, and yet there, wrapping the stone in a soft, gentle veil, richer and more present than you would ever have guessed. A delicate breath of air, softly enfolding. Ganymede is wrapped in a veil like that faint mist, a thin, gentle atmosphere of oxygen, softer and fuller than we thought, enfolding the great moon quietly in the dark. A soft breath wrapped around a world. Let yourself be wrapped in a soft veil that way now, enfolded gently in something quiet and calm, a delicate softness gathered all around you, richer and warmer than you might have guessed, held softly, wrapped gently, enfolded in calm, like the great moon wrapped in its quiet veil, resting gently in the warm dark. Jupiter teaches us. It is so near and so vast and so open to our patient looking. that it has become a kind of quiet laboratory, a place where we learn the deep workings of giant worlds and carry that understanding outward to the countless distant planets we can barely glimpse. What we learn here, softly, in our own back garden of the solar system, helps us understand 1,000 worlds we will never reach. The giant is a gentle teacher, holding still and near while we learn from it, its clouds, its depths, its magnetism, its slow, deep flows, all teaching us patiently how such worlds are made. And every lesson it gives us here reaches out to light our understanding of the far, faint giants circling distant stars. Think of a single lantern in a dark and open room, lit near at hand, and how its soft light reaches out gently to show you the shapes of things far across the room, things you could never have seen in the dark, one near light illuminating many distant things. Jupiter is a lantern like that, a near, bright, patient light teaching us softly of itself, and by that soft teaching illuminating 1,000 distant worlds we will never visit. One giant, near and generous, lighting the way to understanding countless others. There is a quiet generosity in a thing that teaches simply by being near and open and patient. Let yourself rest in that generosity now, near and open and patient, teaching nothing, learning nothing, simply resting quietly in the soft light, letting understanding come and go without effort, drifting gently in the warm dark towards sleep. Jupiter is the first of its kind that we ever truly knew, the nearest, the clearest, the most studied of all the gas giants. And so it has become a kind of prototype, the original pattern against which we understand every other giant world, the countless great planets circling distant stars all across the galaxy. When we imagine those far giants, we imagine them in the shape of Jupiter. It is the eldest and the nearest of a vast family, the one we know best, the one that shows us what such worlds can be. Every distant giant we discover, we understand a little through Jupiter, its clouds, its depths, its slow, deep turning, becoming the pattern by which we know 1,000 far-off worlds. Think of the first great tree you ever came to know, the one in the garden of your childhood, whose every branch and root and season you learned by heart, and how, ever ever after every other tree you met, you understood a little through that first one, the first tree becoming the pattern for all the rest, the eldest, the nearest, the one that taught you what a tree could be. Jupiter is a first tree like that for all the giant worlds, the nearest and best known, the pattern by which we understand the countless distant giants across the galaxy, the original, the eldest, the one that shows us the shape of all the rest. There is something steadying in being a pattern, a first thing, an original, quietly showing others the way simply by being fully itself. Let yourself rest in being fully yourself that way now, needing to be nothing else, needing to become nothing more, just resting as the one thing you are, complete and quiet and whole, in the warm dark, drifting gently towards sleep. Deep inside Jupiter, nature does things we could never do ourselves, pressures beyond anything we could ever make on Earth. Hydrogen turned to metal, matter pressed into strange and wonderful states, far past the reach of any laboratory we could build. And so, the deep of the giant becomes a quiet place where nature explores the very edges of what matter can be, gently, patiently, on its own, in the dark. What we could never create, the giant simply holds. The extreme made ordinary, the impossible made calm and quiet, deep in its interior. Nature doing softly and patiently what we could never force, in the warm dark of the giant's heart. Think of the slow, quiet work of deep time and deep pressure here on Earth, the way the patient weight of mountains turns soft mud into slate and buried carbon into diamond, doing gently, over ages, what no sudden force could ever manage. The extreme, achieved not by violence, but by patience. Jupiter works like that patient deep, achieving the impossible not through force, but through the quiet, enormous patience of its own weight and depth, exploring the far edges of what matter can be, softly, in the dark. The extreme made gentle, the impossible made calm. There is a deep peace in the thought of the impossible made gentle, of the most extreme things achieved not by force, but by patience, quietly, in the dark. Let whatever feels extreme in you soften into patience that way now. Nothing forced, nothing pushed, just a quiet, patient settling. the hardest things easing gently into calm, deep in the warm dark, patient and soft and still. And this, perhaps, is the gentlest truth of all about the giant. For all its vastness, all its storms and depths and hidden fires, Jupiter tends itself. It is a self-regulating thing, balancing its own heat, its own flows, its own great turning, keeping its own quiet equilibrium, needing nothing from outside, no tending, no help, no watching. The giant holds itself in balance, gently, all on its own. When one thing rises, another eases. When one part warms, another cools. Round and round, the giant keeps its own soft balance, adjusting itself endlessly and gently, holding steady across the ages without any effort, without any strain. A vast, calm, self-tending whole, at peace with itself in the dark. Think of your own breath as you rest here, how it regulates itself gently without any effort from you. You do not have to remember to breathe. You do not have to tend it, or watch it, or work at it. It simply keeps its own soft rhythm, balancing itself all on its own, holding you gently alive through the night. A quiet self-tending, asking nothing of you. Jupiter tends itself like your own quiet breath, balancing endlessly, gently, all on its own, needing nothing, holding its own calm equilibrium in the dark. A great self-regulating whole, at peace, tending itself forever in the warm quiet of space. And you, too, can let yourself be tended that way now, by your own quiet body, balancing itself, breathing itself, holding you gently through the night without any effort of your own. Nothing to tend, nothing to hold, nothing to keep watch over. Just let yourself be held and balanced and tended gently from within. A quiet, self-tending calm, needing nothing, resting softly in the warm dark. And now, slowly, gently, it is time to begin drifting back. We have traveled a long way down together, through the clouds and the deep weather and the slow, deep winds, through the storms and their hidden roots, the metallic depths, the falling rain of helium, the soft, fuzzy heart of the giant, and the ancient memory it holds. We have gone all the way to the center of a world, and now, gently, without any hurry, let us begin to rise. Up softly from the deep, warm core, up through the quiet layers, past the hidden clouds of water, past the slow, deep currents, past the drifting ammonia and the pale, high haze. Up gently through the great striped face of the giant, and out, at last, into the open dark, where Jupiter hangs once more as a single point of light behind us, calm and quiet and small. And now, softly, back across the wide dark of the solar system, past the moon, glowing gently in the night, back toward the pale blue world we came from, down through the soft, familiar sky, toward the quiet glow of home, toward your own town, your own street, your own quiet room, back to the roof above you, back to the bed that holds you, back to your own soft breathing here in the warm dark. There is nothing more to do now, nowhere else to go. You have traveled to the heart of a giant and gently returned, and now you are simply here, resting, warm and safe and still. You do not need to remember any of it. Let every fact, every word, every image drift softly away like the last of a dream. There is no test in the morning. There is nothing to hold on to. Let it all go gently and let yourself sink down, soft and heavy and calm, into the deep, warm dark of sleep. Rest now. You are held. You are safe. And there is nothing left to do but drift gently all the way down into sleep.